properly lit. I should have started this about 15 minutes ago. It's taking forever. Okay. Minimize. Started this about 15 minutes ago.
Oh.
It's taking forever.
Why is that happening?
Okay.
Why am I hearing it?
Started this about 15 minutes ago.
Oh.
It's taking forever.
Why is that happening? Oh God, now it's coming over each other.
Okay.
Why is that happening? Why am I hearing it? Can you guys still hear me? George?
I can still hear you, and I could I can hear the reverb.
Something's wrong. Hearing it. Something is. Can you guys still hear me?
Maybe it's going through
George?
Franz's. I can still hear you, and I could I can hear the reverb.
Why is this happening? Something's wrong. Something is. This
You
didn't
guys
happen
hear me?
before. Why is this happening now?
Maybe it's going through
George?
Franz's.
No, it's not.
And I could
No,
I
it's
can hear
not.
the reverb.
It's too clear for that. It is literally. This didn't happen before. Why is this happening now?
Maybe it's going through Franz's.
No, it's not. Oh.
And I could
No.
I
We're
can
in
hear
a
the
circle
reverb.
here. It's too clear for that. It is literally. This didn't happen before. Why is this happening now?
Maybe it's going through Franz's.
No, it's not. Oh.
And I could
No.
I
We're
can
in
hear
a
the
circle
reverb.
here. It's too clear for that. It is literally. Hold on. This didn't happen before. Why is this happening now?
Maybe it's going through Franz's.
No, it's not. Oh, I can't.
And I could
No.
I
We're
can
in
hear
a.
the-
George, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh my God. What an absolute nightmare. I got it. I think I figured it out. I'm running out of patience figuring things out. I can tell you that. Wow, who's ever in the pre-show, boy, you're getting something. It's a miracle I haven't dropped really nasty adult words yet. We're going to be properly late. Oh my goodness, man. This is okay. Let's see. We're going to be a little late. Copy. What was that now? Oh. I'm just hang on one sec. We're anyway, folks. Wow, 5 o'clock. I'm late. Properly. Come on. Pick and choose where we send this. I might do a little during the program. Did I hear a battery chirp? Like a dead battery chirp?
Yeah, I keep hearing that.
Where's that coming from?
That's coming from me, guys.
Oh, is it all right, I have to mute you. Sorry, Franz.
Go ahead.
Detector.
It's a smoke detector.
Yeah.
Publish. Come on. Can't do it. All right, let me just do. No. It's gonna have to do for now. Almost there. Page. Revolution PA. Share. Share to group. Almost there. I truly do not remember that happening any of the times that we tested. I am worried about this iMac. Oh, damn it. Was it supposed to go here? Send it places it wasn't supposed to go. Man. What a way to come back. We're almost there. All right, hang on. All right, ready, George? Here we go, I think. Here we go.
Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you. It's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair? We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and the change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you. Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 Kennedy for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Welcome back. Welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, part of the Milky Way galaxy. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 16th of May, 2020. Well, gang, if you were around for the pre-show, boy, you got a handful. I guess the old guy's out of practice. We tried to start a couple of different things. It went all sorts of pear-shaped. We had reverb, and you got to hear the same thing laying over top of itself. The Beatles themselves could not have produced something as wonderful and as very strange to listen to as that. So, hey, I suppose I apologize to you a little bit. Kind of a terrible way to start a new program, and after returning to you after a 2-week hiatus, then to apologize to you. But hey, this is what we do here. It's our humble little program from a mild, very mild-mannered second bedroom on top of my condo, and here in the Saucon Valley. So a lot to talk about. First off, I want to say to all of you, thank you for hanging in there with us, and thank you for being there. We have had a 2-week hiatus, and we'll explain a little bit. I will explain a little bit why, because it is an urgent policy position. It's an urgent policy problem. And then, of course, last week was Mother's Day. We took off Mother's Day actually last in 2020, and we did so again this year. And it just ended up with us having 2 full weeks off, which is something that we do not do on a regular basis. It's something I don't like to do. And it is something that just, again, one of my least favorite. I'm still playing with wires and stuff. It's just been, ooh, we're back. Well, we're back. It's just been a thing. And I think, to an extent, it just tells you probably what many of you already knew, and that I guess I really should not be afraid of, is that we're human beings. And this is a program of humble beginnings, and it remains that way. Sure, put money into the program to bring you the best possible program that you could experience, something that you want to be here for every single week. Sunk a lot of money into it, but you know what, at the end of the day, we're still people, and sometimes stuff just doesn't start the way it's supposed to start, and the audio goes over top of the other audio, and it's just, you know what, it just is what it is. But hey, we're here anyway, so let's get to the program. It is 5:11 Eastern time here in my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley. To all of you watching on Facebook, live, or if you're seeing this in a recorded version, because if it is not Sunday the 16th at 5:12 p.m., you are watching a recording. Just a little hint to you there. But if you are wherever you are watching across Facebook, and in fact, it looks like we shared the program about 80 plus places. So far, that will go up because we always have friends that share the program along the way onto their own timelines and so on. And I encourage all of you to do exactly that. Share this program anywhere you wish. So for the 80 plus places across the Facebook universe where you may be watching us, we thank you very, very much. You can stay right where you are, sit back, enjoy the program, enjoy the presentation now that we have the old girl kicked off, and stay there, enjoy, listen in the background as you prepare Sunday dinner, do homework with the kids, whatever it is that you might, or sitting outside enjoying the weather if it's a good weather day where you are. Thank you very much for being there. However, if you wish to join the live chat, and I don't see any comments in there so far, but if you wish to join the live chat, then please come to that big place you see on your screen right there. That is our home group page for the program, That Other Side of Information. That other side of information. That is where we will see you. We can say hello. I will see your comments, your questions. You can yell at us, agree with us, disagree with us, throw things that don't break, all that fun stuff you can do at the home page, That Other Side of Information. We welcome you there. We want to see you there. Talk to us, engage with the program. To our friends, family, brothers and sisters at hot101.net, thank you for allowing us into your lives on yet another Sunday. Whether you take in hot101.net at the main website page, the apps, a smart speaker in the car, listening while you work, listening while you're creating, making dinner, doing homework, whatever it is, we are thrilled to have you with us. And hot101.net listeners, please know, just because you're not watching us on Facebook makes you no less part of this program. You are valued, respected. We hear you. We want to hear you. The phone number is already on the screen for Facebook. We will give it to you at hot101.net. Scribble it down, type it in, call the program. Let us know what you are thinking. Let us know what's going on in life. Let us know how you're getting through these. Are you vaccinated? How is work going? How is it going with family getting vaccinated? How does it feel to be outside and not have to wear a mask anymore because you made the decision to become vaccinated? If you're not vaccinated, what are you waiting for? How are things going for you? So hot101.net, we want to hear from you. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189 is the phone number, and we will be giving that phone number out a lot throughout the program. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, it is extremely simple. The web address is right in the name. It's hot101.net. We have apps at hot101.net. You can have the Apple. If you have an Apple device, go to the Apple App Store and look for the app there. Just search for hot101.net. If you have an Android device, go to the Google Play Store. You can find the app for hot101.net there. If you already have the TuneIn Radio app, or you would like to add it, you can listen to us on any device through the TuneIn Radio app. Just go up to the top search bar and search for hot101.net, and that's where you will find us. We also have some wonderful news coming, some big news coming. I'm not quite at the point where I can share it with you yet, but we're almost there, kids. It looks like the old guys found a place to put the show on TV, but those details are still being worked out. I'm looking down here to see my comments now. Who is with me? Hey, Connor, thank you for being here. And Marquise, thank you so much for being here. Put the, if you have questions, comments about the issues of the day, get it on in there. And again, the phone line, 267-227-9189. Always good when the radio guy messes up what he's supposed to say live on air. 267-227-9189. For my friends and family, co-workers, compadres, and so on inside inside the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, please do not forget, and I mean this for both, whatever political persuasion you might be, it is primary election day on Tuesday, May 8th. Oh, there's a quick one. There's a quick one. That's the wrong mouse. And we go. Caller, your first name and where you're calling from. You are on the air.
This is Connor from Doylestown.
Connor O'Hanlon, how are you? You've been missing in action.
I know. I just wanted to give you a little update while I can. I'm waiting to get some coffee because I'm about to pass out. Long day of campaigning.
Oh, not.
I wanted to give you an update.
Well, that's good that you're not working. I mean, you're working, but you're not. You know what I'm saying? You're not You're not CPAing today.
Yeah. No. So I wanted to, because obviously in Pennsylvania we have our election on Tuesday, our primary election. So, just wanted to give an update from over here in Doylestown, as you and I got to meet up a couple weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But we have a ton of municipal races. So
you didn't let me give a speech, but I won't beat you up for that.
We'll have to wait until it's just you and me.
I know. Well, no, I don't. I usually go for crowds in the thousands. It's okay. No worries.
But yeah, we have our mayor race in Doylestown borough. That's why I was knocking for today. One of the candidates there. We have borough council stuff, countywide. There's so much that is going on right now. So wanted to just tell you that the work is being done out here.
You caught me just as I was launching into my diatribe about voting. I'm actually wearing, you're not seeing it quite well, I actually have a Go Vote t-shirt on. Pretty fancy stuff over here. So Tuesday is primary election day in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, where if you are listening to us wherever you are around the globe or in any of the other U.S. states or territories, it may not be your primary election day. This one's a little more Pennsylvania centric. It is Pennsylvania's primary election day on Tuesday, May 18th. If you are registered within a political party, be it Republicans or Democrats, you can vote. Primaries in Pennsylvania are what they call closed. It means that non-affiliated, non-party affiliated voters are not allowed to vote on Tuesday. But if you are party affiliated, please, by all means, go and vote. If you have a mail-in ballot, my mail-in ballot, I still need to turn in, by the way. If you have a mail-in ballot, turn it in. It's got to be in on Tuesday. So please take part in the process. Vote on Tuesday. If you are party affiliated, and I even mean this for my friends on the right, please go vote. Your vote is your voice. Let it be heard. Let all the folks that are deep inside these two structures know what you're thinking. You pick your candidates. Parties don't pick your candidates. So how is the enthusiasm level, Connor, in the thriving metropolis of Doylestown? Because you have quite a number of local races, I would hope that you are getting good engagement and that you have a good sense of what the turnout might be on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I probably hit about 50 doors today for, mostly for the mayor candidate, Lolly Hopwood, running in Doylestown Borough, and countywide positions. But, the people that I spoke to were very happy to see us talking to them again and going door to door and getting engaged, because, obviously in 2020, a lot of, and, for better or for worse, people were uncomfortable going door to door talking to people. And I think that was a major reason why in the State House we kind of got, at least in Bucks County, we got walloped. So being able to do that again and talk to the people and convince them, hey, you may like this person, but this person's really good too. You should check them out. And those conversations are really what make things happen. my suggestion for anyone listening is to get involved and make these phone calls, texts, and going door to door if you can do it. And that's how we can build, a more progressive future.
It's true. It's, you're the chair of the Democratic Committee in Doylestown. You obviously are much more. You've been a guest on the program repeatedly. I think you're leading in the gate there. I think you're leading going into the clubhouse right now, actually, for a number of appearances. I know that you and I are very much of a like mind. So your committee is what I would call an open committee. You and I are much more on the New Deal side of things. We're much more progressive. But you are not shutting other Democrats out of your committee. When you speak to other committee chairs, be they municipal or county, what do you say to them, or what kind of conversations do you have with them about the access, the openness, the ability for the quote unquote Democrat on the street, man on the street type thing, to come in to your doors and be welcome, as opposed to some of the other either municipalities or counties that you might encounter in your discussions as the fellow chair people that you may talk to in your work?
I'd say that Doylestown is very much more an open group, just because in comparison to other places, I feel like people just get shut out, and it's usually not the more moderate people getting shut out. It's usually the more progressive wing getting shut out and like being pushed aside and being like, you're too naive, you're too this and that. And my election to become chair kind of proved that to be not the case at Doylestown, and in other places it still needs to be worked on. Specifically, I guess the biggest issue that I've seen so far that we need to fix is getting state assembly district chairs and getting those groups moving and coordinating, because the municipalities are kind of what they are. But since becoming chair, like, our group has actually grown significantly, just because we want to make it open.
It's your sheer animal magnetism, Connor.
Yeah.
I mean, let's just be blunt. It is your sheer human animal magnetism. You're drawing people in.
I hope so.
Come on, that was funny. I thought it was funny. Maybe I'm not even funny today. Maybe the 2 weeks has really taken a toll on me in this program. I don't really know. Maybe I'm rusty at my bat. Maybe my batting stance is out of whack here. My swing's out of whack.
It might be. Well, I gotta run, but I wanted to give you a quick update. And for anybody that's listening, follow some races in where you live. You can follow some in Doylestown, and if you live somehow and you're hearing this, you live in Doylestown, please come follow.
And of course, Connor is the host of a really terrific, his own podcast, the Con O Show. We share it, that other side of information, regularly. And again, he's been a guest on this program. He is my friend, and I'm honored to say that. And he is doing an excellent job expanding the party in Doylestown. Again, we're more on the progressive end of things, the New Deal, Roosevelt, Kennedy, Johnson sort of things. But he has opened that party to anyone who is willing to come in and learn and that wants to be a part of the process. And that's how the process is supposed to go. So thanks for ringing in, man. I really appreciate it. I know you're going to be busy the next couple of days. And just again, throw me a last thought about why, our odd year elections here in PA are tough. They're very tough for turnout. We don't get nearly the turnout as a society, as a Commonwealth, that we deserve or should get. Throw me something quick for folks to listen to about why it is important to get out there and vote, especially in what we would call an odd year election and in a primary. Why is it important?
This is going to give you something to chew on and discuss for sure. my biggest thing is from people that if you're listening to this show, you're engaged in politics, you care about it. The reason why you want to get involved and vote in these elections in off years is if you get someone elected to a borough council member, township supervisor, mayor, county-wide position, which they're big, they can lead. And I know this is not the primary reason to vote. You should always vote, but this is a great reason to. So now in the even years, you'll have someone that has experience and has held an office, and you can say, look at what they've done for the last couple of years. They've proven that they can hold, a congressional seat or, something even larger. And this is how we build from the bottom up. But with that, I'm just from there.
Thanks, mate. I really appreciate you ringing in today. You know how much calls mean to me in this program. It drives the program.
Yes,
it's going to help us expand. But, when we can continue to get regular callers on a regular basis and turn this little venture into a 5-day-a-week thing. But thanks for being part of the program tonight. Please stay safe, you and all of your candidates, while you're out there doing your work in the next couple of days. Stay safe, not just masking and all that fun stuff, but you're going to be on the streets, walking all over the place. Just keep a heads up, stay safe, keep up the great work, and then check in with us again and let us know how everything went.
All right, will do. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Connor. Really appreciate it. That is Connor O'Hanlon, Democratic chair of the borough of, the greater Doylestown area. The borough and township actually have one committee that's in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, which is the county just south of where I am in Northampton and north of Montgomery, in between Philadelphia, right along the Delaware River, for those of you outside of Pennsylvania who are listening. And we actually had someone in the chat say hello to me from Portland, Oregon. So thank you for being here. Your first name it's Stega. It's Stega. I hope, and if I'm butchering your name, call me and yell at me and, have a go, because I'll deserve it. But I believe that is how it's pronounced. I'm guessing entirely just by reading it, but I hope you, thank you for being, it is Stega. He just told me in the comments. Thank you, Stega. Oh, goodness. Thanks for being here. It really means the world to me. I truly mean that. I truly do. So thanks for being here. So we're already at the bottom of the hour, and it was a very choppy first half hour, let me admit. Not my best stuff. Not exactly going to run this tape over to the Radio Hall of Fame, I guarantee you. Little tech issues, a little rust, knocking a little rust off the old guy after 2 weeks. But we're going to hit our stride here. We'll be fine. And we really deeply appreciate the fact that you are with us and listening today. So let's reset the program. It is 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time in the United States, from my humble second bedroom in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in these United States. And this is the Kennedy Effect for the 16th of May, 2021. The weather is getting nicer. The trees are all filled in here in PA. The pollen is absolutely mind-boggling. Everything has a bit of a yellow powdery tint to it, if not a really thick powdery tint to it. In fact, I would say to you, about maybe a week-ish ago, the car park here in my development has been completely repaved. They did it during the pandemic because the paving company was desperate for work. It was actually a pretty good piece of business by the HOA, to be honest. And so it's very black and very dark and very new. And I came home from work a couple of days ago, and you could see that the pollen was so thick on that car park that it looked like that first kind of set of tire tracks in the snow. I mean, it was that thick. When someone drove through, you saw the tire track as it pushed ran over the pollen. It was that thick. I mean, truly amazing, really amazing stuff. Science. It's our planet. Our planet is alive. We have to remember that our planet's alive. And if George, part of the program, I'm sure today before our guest comes, we'll be going through that other side of information, going through the news stories that we've been posting for you for the last couple of weeks, and have a chat about that. But yeah, and you know, the planet's alive. We need to remember that. So that said, wherever you're watching across the Facebook universe, 80 something ish shares of the program, might be higher now at this point, to be honest. I hope it is. We are so thrilled that you are back with us, especially after a 2-week hiatus. That's a tough thing to hold an audience over 2 weeks, but we thank you very, very much for being here. I truly mean that. There is no program. We are not here if you are not there. Wherever you're watching on Facebook, stay right there. If you're comfortable, listen in the background, listen as you're having dinner, doing homework, laundry, cleaning, whatever it is that you might be doing, or just sitting outside enjoying the weather. We thank you. You can stay right there. However, we invite you very much to come to our home group Facebook page. It's called That Other Side of Information. That Other Side of Information. That's where I saw Stega, and he's actually telling us that he is a first-time listener and viewer, and I can only say to you, sir, thank you so very much. And if it's a misses, then I got that wrong, and then you can call and yell at me that I got that wrong. But whatever, because your name doesn't exactly give it away. Great new name that I've never seen before. What a wonderful country and community we are building here. I've literally never seen a name like that before. I'm guessing it's Greek, but I don't know that. But that said, thank you all for being here. Wherever you're watching, stay right where you are if you wish. Enjoy, sit back, listen, learn, and enjoy. However, That Other Side of Information, our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, that is where I will. It's a missus. Oh God, now I feel really silly. Oh, sorry, I feel really dumb now. We thank you. Come to our home group Facebook page. That's where I'll see you in the comments. That's why Stega and I are having a chat, so to speak, right now, and I can see what she is sending me. Sorry, mate. Thanks for that. And be part of the comments section there. It's our program looks like a post. You can expand it, and you can make comments right there. Ask questions. Tell us what you're thinking. Tell us how your lives are going. How is your COVID experience going now that we seem to be genuinely rounding the corner instead of being told we're rounding the corner? How is it going? We want to hear about it. Come to the home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. To our brothers and sisters and friends and family at hot101.net, thank you again for being with us. I know a 2-week hiatus, you might have forgotten about us, but we didn't go anywhere. We're still here. If you don't know how to listen to hot101.net, well, then you are really missing out. There are genuinely, properly talented people who spin incredible music all week long. And the talk half, I guess you'd say, of hot101.net will be growing. I can't exactly announce everything quite yet, but I know that it is growing, and it is programs that will be growing out of this program. New programming with hosts who were guests on this program first. I'm incredibly, incredibly proud of that. And I have this loose thread on my hat that is tickling the heck out of me. There it is. We're very, very proud of that. It means the world to us. And our inclusion in the family at hot101.net means the world to us as well. Main websites right there, hot101.net, Apple App Store, Google Play Store if you have an Android device, or TuneIn Radio app for any device. Just search for hot101.net. If you miss any of this not so stellar beginning of the program, you can always go to our YouTube channel. That's our YouTube channel. That is also called That Other Side of Information. Instagram, That Other Side of Information. Patreon, That Other Side of Information. And TikTok. Guess what, kids? I did a TikTok today. I did it to try to promote the program. I did a TikTok today, and I'm actually, I have to say, very gratified and humbled that that the feedback that I've gotten on TikTok has been very, very positive, and it's I can't say that I was convinced that was going to happen, but it has. It's been great, I have to say. I'm a little surprised, to be honest. So anyway, that is where we are for right now. 5:37. So let me explain to you a little bit. Oh, and the phone number. We are open for calls. This is a great show to call. If you have never called the program before, if you were afraid to call talk radio, first off, don't be. It's just a conversation. You and I are talking. There's some folks listening, absolutely. But you and I are talking to each other. It's easy and it's painless. You saw Connor just call in, and he and I talk all the time. It's easy, super, super easy. Call the program. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Hot101.net if you're only getting the audio and cannot see the phone number on the screen. 267-227-9189. The phone line is open. Do not wait for me to take a breath, because I won't. It's a talk radio program. Dial in when you want. We would love to hear from you. So let's get into why there was a 2-week hiatus, because it speaks to not just the generally poor health that I continue to be in, but it also speaks to what is happening to people. Oh, we have one. Let me get to that. Caller, may I have your first name only and where you are calling from, and welcome to the program.
Kel Montgomery from Portland, Oregon.
Portland. Hey, Kel. Oh, you're the name I was guessing and getting wrong. Please yell at me if you wish. I deserve that.
You do.
I deserve it a little bit. Have a go. It's, hey, it's the name is a little. Oh, Stegosaurus. Oh, for goodness sake in heaven. Are you serious?
I like.
How did I not catch on to that? How did I not catch on to that? Oh, that's funny. That. Wow, what a rough start. I had Facebook issues, we've had tech issues, and now I didn't get the joke.
Yeah, there's a major lag.
It is a huge lag. It's a huge lag. Gosh, I hope that doesn't mean you're not going to come back.
Hey, can I just ask you one thing? Can you touch on vaccination a little bit more?
On my vaccination, or why folks should get it?
Well,
or both?
I don't get mine until the 22nd. I'm doing the Johnson & Johnson.
Okay.
The one and done.
Okay.
I've had friends who've had terrible reactions. I'm a little scared, but I'm doing it. I'm not a.
I can only relay to you what I have heard as well. For me to try to, in any way provide you medical advice would be, at a minimum, just a truly ridiculous and non-ethical idea. I am not a doctor, and I don't play one on TV, and I don't play one on the radio. That said, let me just tell you what my experience has been. The J&J shot is a one and done, and it is. I think that one and done aspect seems to be a big reason why so many people want it, because they don't want to have to go through the 2 shots. They don't want to have to go, I have a shot this day, and then I got to count out my 3 weeks and then have the other. If you are comfortable doing it that way, then God bless you. Go get it. As long as you get vaccinated, quite frankly, I don't care where it comes from. I don't care if it comes from Moderna, Pfizer, J&J, Walmart, Burger King. I don't care. I just want people to get vaccinated.
Right,
let me just touch briefly on this madness that is the anti-vaxxer movement. And I don't even like to, it's not a, I think I'm not even going to say that. When I see the word movement, I don't know when to get into that, but
I don't know, Jeff, I don't want microchips in me.
Well, let me tell you this. Let me just say this. I looked just like this before I got vaccinated. It didn't help. I didn't get any better looking. I didn't get younger. I didn't grow a third appendage. My sexual orientation remains the same.
Oh,
And guess what? Do you
okay.
have a mobile phone?
I do.
You're already getting tracked.
Ah, crud.
And it's
Oh,
already,
okay.
and even when you turn it off, it's listening.
Oh, I know that.
So when you
marketing
talk,
is
so if you're having a conversation with friends or family in your home and you talk about, like, I'll give you a real life situation, my washer and dryer just about ready to go. I mean, it sounds really bad. I get ads for washers and dryers on my phone because it's already listening. So for all of the anti-vaxxers who tell you, well, I don't want a chip in me because I don't want to be tracked, you're already being tracked.
Yep.
So
Okay.
let's just set that
Hey,
one
Jeff,
aside. We get
thank you for. I'm totally on board with you, but this is my first time listening into your show, and I absolutely love it. You do a
well,
great
that's
job.
very kind of you. It's very kind of you.
Yeah, it's honest.
But let me
thank
get to the
you.
rest of what you're asking about. We vaccinate for so many other things already in society. Why would COVID-19 be different? We do flu, we do measles, we do what's the MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella. We do tuberculosis. We do. There was a polio vaccine that virtually eliminated the disease entirely. We do this all the time. I know that there's folks that are concerned. Well, how did we come up with a vaccine like this in such a short amount of time? I have pessimistic reasons for why I think that happened. Because it's profitable. But this was also a global pandemic we have not seen in literally a century. If you got it, you had an excellent chance of flat dying from it. Flu doesn't do that. People die of the flu, yes, but over way more people live through it. Even if you get polio at this stage, it won't kill you. It doesn't do to you what it did before vaccine existed. So I don't care what vaccine you're getting. Humbly speaking, let me try that again. Humbly speaking, I would go for a 2-shot one only because the science shows us that the efficacy rate is much higher. I was fortunate enough to get the 2-shot Moderna. So I have the science tells me, and all the reporting tells me, that the efficacy rate is in the 96% range. It appears from tracking folks who have gotten the Moderna shot that I don't know why my tongue is all over the place today, that the Moderna shot efficacy is in quote unquote real life is actually higher than that. It is approaching 98 or over %. And that even if by some stretch of the imagination you were to get COVID, even after being vaccinated, your symptoms, what the virus does to your body, is significantly reduced. You, in all likelihood, will not end up in the hospital. Your symptoms will be more like having the common cold. Being vaccinated does not mean you cannot catch the virus. What it does mean is that even if you do, what it will do to you is significantly, dramatically reduced. So that is my humble advice to you. Now, what happens to you when you get the vaccine? Folks that I know that have gotten the J&J vaccine have said the reactions have ranged from not even noticing to just a bit of dead arm, meaning a lot of pain here. I really can't lift it. I can't use it. I can't grip. I happen to be left-handed, which we're more creative and smarter, by the way, left-handed guys. So it was just a bit, I was very, very sore. Actually, after the first shot, nothing. I mean, nothing. I didn't even know. The second shot, kicked me in the arse pretty good.
That's
I
also
woke-
what I've heard.
I woke up.
That's why I'm doing the Johnson & Johnson, just the one
I'm
thing,
just
deal with it.
I'm just glad you're doing it. I mean, I'm glad you're doing.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like I said, I don't care if you get it from. I don't care if you get it from Taco Bell. Just get it. But
I'm not getting one from Taco Bell.
but that one's a little spicier. But that said,
that sounds like a disaster.
on the 2-shot
I was
one,
only
what I-
approved a couple days ago.
yeah, what I can say about the 2-shot one is the second shot does
Yeah.
kick you pretty
That's
good.
great.
It affects everyone differently. Sometimes it's just dead arm. Sometimes
Mhm.
it's I happened to wake up the night of my second shot with incredible chills. I was freezing. I could
That's what
not
happened to my
get
husband. I was
warm. I was
scared.
shaking like you wouldn't believe,
Mhm.
and not sweating. So I didn't have a fever. I was just
Yeah.
freezing. And the entire next day, I got it on a Saturday. So Sunday, in fact, it was the Sunday that I canceled. No, it was last Sunday. I take that back. It was last Sunday. It was Mother's Day. I was
Yeah.
not nauseous, but had absolutely no interest in food whatsoever. None.
Oh man.
I had no energy, none. Just completely wiped out. I slept on and off, and that was my day was pretty much wasted and shot. But I would say then on Monday, I was fine. Absolutely
and you're
fine.
looking good. So okay, you've
Well,
kind of
listen.
given me a lot to back my argument with these non-vaccinators, and I feel a little more comfortable.
But we
Thank
don't.
you.
So let me ask you a question, if I might.
Uh-huh.
Do you,
Please.
before all of this happened, way back in the dark ages of 2019, did
No,
you go out a lot?
I am very insular.
Okay.
I work from home.
Okay.
So I'm the only thing is that I do have a housemate who is immunocompromised, so I have to be
Okay.
really aware of that.
Another good
And
reason
so
why
I'm-
you're getting vaccinated.
Yeah. But I don't go out. I'm pretty much
You're not a big
inside.
you're not a big restaurant person. You don't public parks.
I used to be, but not anymore.
You're not out in the public parks in Portland. It's like the most wonderful
they're
green
beautiful.
city.
I'm looking out at this big, beautiful park. It's called Colonel. I always call it Colonel Sanders, but it's Colonel Summers Park. It's huge, and it's just like teeming with people. I mean,
Right.
it's awesome. It has a huge water feature and tennis courts and whatnot. So yeah, we're pretty blessed to have that kind of here.
It's also where my my radio my real radio icon Tom Hartman does his program from Portland. I don't know if you listen to him each day, but you should.
Oh, okay. Well,
He is now in
yeah.
Portland and does his program from Portland. But yeah, it's such a green, wonderful city. Get
Oh,
out, get your
weird.
shot. Get your shot. Wait for the I think you still have to wait for the 2 weeks for full strength or full there's a word I'm grasping for that I'm not finding. For the kind of for like the shot to sink in, so to speak, if that
Right.
makes sense. And then my goodness, get outside, get some fresh air. Don't be insular. It's a small world, and we only have a limited time on it. Get outside, take a walk, but get
Thank you,
the
Jen. Work
shot.
on my tan. Yeah, we have sun finally. So
Get that shot. Thank you for going and getting the shot. Thank you for being
All right, and-
part of the.
yeah, and
We have a responsibility to each other. We absolutely do.
Yeah.
It's a society. We're a community. And even though you're across the country from me, you and I are still part of the same society. I have a responsibility to you. You do to me. We both do to the rest of society. I'm glad that you're going. Thank you for going.
I love it. Thank you for all you do, Jeff.
Well, that's kind of you. I hope you'll be here every week.
Will do.
Thanks so much. And stick with us. We're here till 9 tonight. We got a long one
All
tonight.
right. Okay.
All right. Thanks
Bye.
so much. That is Kel from Portland, Oregon. It's awesome. I'm entirely too happy about that. I can't tell you how happy I am about that. Great conversation there. And that's what I want to get into a little bit. Let me get back into why I was not here on the I'll tell you what day I was not here, because I'm going to look at a calendar, because I'm fancy and I can look at a calendar. It was the 2nd, May 2nd we were not here, and May 9th was Mother's Day. Let me tell you about what happened on May 2nd and how it fits in with what we talk about here on a regular basis every single week. I am not young. I am not good looking. That's why we do radio. And my body does not work really well. There are a lot of things wrong with it. I was not a very healthy child. I grew out of some of those things, had very healthy teen years and 20s, part of the 30s, and then things started to break back down again. I have asthma. I have had 2 neck spine surgeries, spinal stenosis. I have kidney issues. I will at some point be diabetic. And some of those, I suffer from migraines. And that Sunday, that weekend, actually, that entire weekend, Friday, Saturday, Sunday into Monday, was a conglomeration of a series of health issues that just all hit me at the same time. I didn't sleep the night before. I didn't sleep much, actually, that whole weekend. I had a migraine pretty much the entire weekend. I was having trouble breathing that weekend. And so when it came to deciding if I could do the program, I didn't think I could sit here and actually do a program, or if I tried to, that I might literally have to get up from this camera and this microphone every few minutes or so. And that's not terribly good entertainment. Because even though we're information and politics and progressive politics, we are, and we educate, we talk about history, and we interact with you, it's still entertainment. If you're not engaged in it, if you don't enjoy listening and or watching, we're not here. I was passing kidney stones. And so some of you might be thinking, ew, well, that's a hell of a lot of information. Well, yeah, kind of. It is. And it's personal. And I get that. And it's medical. And maybe I should be more worried about, my own medical privacy. But I'm not, because I'm going to be making a bigger point. For nearly 1 full week, actually, I'm going on, let me look at that calendar again. 3 weeks. I'm going on 3 for nearly 2 full weeks now, on and off. I have been passing kidney stones. And that particular weekend, May 1st, April 30th, the Friday, May 1st, the Saturday, Sunday, the 2nd, into Monday, the 3rd, I had one stuck. Now, if you have kidney stones, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you've never had them, try to take a bowling ball and put it through a drinking straw. That's about that. So why do I tell you this? Well, this is where we plug it in to one of the great issues of the day. Something that is an issue now for, I believe, in the neighborhood of 40 million Americans, of which I am one. When my company that I had been with for 17 years shut down a year ago, last March of 2020, just as COVID was exploding across the country. And the only real policy position we had as a nation to deal with it, because we didn't quite yet understand what we were dealing with. Science hadn't caught up yet. And even that's a bad way to cast it. It kind of makes it sound like they were sitting around drinking coffee while folks were dying. The science was just beginning on this virus, and we didn't quite know what to do with ourselves, except we knew we needed to stay away from each other. So as the economy began to shut down, my company shut down. The owner of my company was kind enough, and I mean that, to continue to pay our health benefits from that March into April, May, and June. And that meant that if I wanted to continue health benefits, I would have to pay COBRA payments. I'm sure you all know what COBRA payments are. And I was lucky enough that the substantial unemployment compensation coming from the federal government was enough for me to continue to pay that COBRA and have health insurance. Once that ended for me in October, I took a look at my budget and decided that I could continue to pay the COBRA probably until December. But when 2021 began, I was going to have a decision to make. Do I then decide to not pay other bills or give up things like food so that I could continue to pay the COBRA, or do I take my chances? Even for someone with the laundry list of health issues that I have, I decided to take a chance. Now, let me back up for 1 second. I do not have cancer. I do not have Alzheimer's. I do not have dementia. I do not have any of these. I do not even have some of the non-visible illnesses that many of the rest of us suffer with. I do not have PTSD. I did not serve in the military. I've not seen the horrors of the wars that we continue to be involved in. But I've got a pretty substantial laundry list of ailments. And I had a decision to make. Do I continue to take money out of my budget that I do not have? Or do I tap into my ever dwindling savings to pay for health insurance through COBRA? Or do I take a chance and not pay any more? So I took a chance and decided not to pay any more. No more health insurance for me. During the course of this pandemic, does anyone happen to know, any of you out there, raise your hands if you do, how many people have gone bankrupt, declared bankruptcy because of health bills in other nations like Canada, the Nordic countries, Iceland, the UK, Germany, France, Italy, Portugal, Switzerland, Belgium? Might you happen to know how many of their citizens declared bankruptcy because they could not pay their medical bills? 0. None. Not one. Here in the United States, about 7 million people just since the onset of this pandemic. I had a decision to make. Can I afford to keep paying $1,000 a month for COBRA when I was only making and bringing in about $1,100 a month? So I decided, no, I'll take a chance. And I continue to be taking that chance because even though I've been fortunate enough to find a new full-time job with a wonderful company and wonderful people, the health benefits have not kicked in yet. So I will carry myself into June, half the year, with no health coverage whatsoever. I am very blessed that Kristen was able to find a way for me to get my migraine prescription, because that was becoming a huge issue. But when that kidney stone got stuck, I could not go to the emergency room. Why could I not go to the emergency room? Because I simply could not afford it. Now, before anybody freaks out about, what do you mean you couldn't afford it? No one can deny you care. You're absolutely right. You're right. If I had showed up to the emergency room, I would have been taken care of. In fact, I would have gone to an emergency room that I have gone to probably 5 times before. I think I have a frequent punch card. I think I get a free visit on my 10th. Kind of like getting a free pizza. I know they would have taken care of me because that's their job. But also weeks later, I would have gotten probably about 10, 20, $50,000 in bills. And what was I supposed to do with that? Never making the kind of money I would need to pay those bills. In fact, that particular hospital system has already taken me to collections. So why would I go to an ER when it's not covered? And this is a dilemma, a day-to-day dilemma facing tens of millions of Americans every single day. And that is why I could not be with you 2 weeks ago, because I had a stuck kidney stone, pain that, unless you've either given birth or had kidney stones, you cannot understand. But I couldn't go see a doctor. I had to just suffer and hope that my body worked itself out, because I could not afford it. .604 Eastern Time here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It is primary election day on Tuesday, May 18, here in Pennsylvania. If you do not know when your primary day is in your locality, please look it up and please go vote. Anywhere you are on Facebook, come to the home group Facebook page for the program. I'm trying to show you my vote t-shirt. Go to the home group Facebook page, that other side of information, and join us. We've already had 2 phone calls and some comments in the comment section. It's been a very quiet comment section, but we've already had 2 phone calls. Please come and join the program. Wherever you are on Facebook, the I don't know how many places it's been shared. I can't really look at the moment. Stay there, enjoy, all good. Or come to the home group Facebook page, that other side of information. That other side of information is the name of the Facebook group, our home group page, the home base for all things the Kennedy effect. On all the times that we're not here talking to you, you can always go to our home group Facebook page and see the stories that we post. See what we think is important. See the things that we want to share with you. And it is not always politics. By the way, there is a lot of science, environmental news, and even animal rescue news. You can find all sorts of things and everything that's happening with Manchester United that you can find on our home group Facebook page, that other side of information. Come on over right now and join the chat. Hot101.net. www.hot101.net is where you can listen. That is the main website. It's where you can listen to this program and so many talented DJs throughout the week, 7 days a week. Great music 24 hours a day, except when I'm talking to you. Hot101.net is available on the various apps. There's an Apple app in the Apple App Store. In the Google Play Store, there is an Android app. And if you have the TuneIn radio app, you can search for hot101.net. If you've missed any of today's program, go to our YouTube channel. youtube.com/that other side of information, instagram.com/that other side of information, patreon.com/that other side of information, TikTok, that other side of information. Are we seeing a pattern here? You can always tweet me right this second. No one has ever live tweeted me in the history of the program. Someone will be first at some point somewhere along the way. At that Kennedy Talk is our handle. And again, twitter.com/ you got it, that other side of information. You can find us on Twitter. The phone line is open, 267-227-9189. See me glance up to my cheat sheet, 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. So imagine if you were anywhere in the same situation I found myself in 2 weeks ago. Maybe it's something not necessarily as internal as a kidney stone. Maybe you trip down the steps and break an ankle. Maybe you're cooking and you cut yourself rather deeply. Maybe you fall, hit your head. Maybe you've been rationing insulin, which nearly a third of insulin users do. They ration it because they can't afford it. And the rationing has gone wrong and your symptoms are bad. Maybe you go to kidney dialysis, but you don't always go because it's really expensive. And you need that emergency room visit, but you know you can't pay for it. What do you do? And that's exactly where I found myself. And my decision was, I'm simply going to sit here and suffer with the pain. Now, if the stone had never moved, I eventually would have had to go on to the ER because it would have required medical attention to remove it. But fortunately, my body did what it was supposed to do eventually. And after great pains, both literally and figuratively, but I literally had to make the decision, do I go to the ER? And I had to say no. I had to base that decision entirely on the fact that I could not pay. The medical system in the United States, it's not a healthcare system. It is not a preventative care system. It's not a wellness system. It is an industry. It is a for-profit industry. If you cannot pay, you don't get it. Not different, not sizably different than if I go to the grocery store. What do you have to do at the end of a trip to the grocery store? You go through the checkout line and pay for the items that you have decided to take with you. If you cannot pay, you do not get that basket full of groceries. Or you only have $50 in your pocket, you have $55 worth of groceries, you have to decide what to put back. This is what we have done in this country with the health and care of our own bodies. If you cannot afford it, you don't get it, no matter what disease you have. And if it gets bad enough that you actually decide to take yourself to an ER and you have no coverage, you will be taken care of. You will be taken care of by fine, high quality people who simply want to make you well. But if the disease that drove you to the ER doesn't kill you, the multi tens of thousands of dollars a bill, $100,000 of bills just might. And that begs the question that we have to ask ourselves as Americans. Is this all that we are? Is this all that we are? Do we not deserve better than this? Which I can then expand upon to talk about the different segments of our society that we have made just like medical care. If you can't pay for it, you don't get it. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with for-profit industry. It's part of the capitalistic system. If you have a product, an idea, an invention, I think that's sounded like that came out wrong. If you have an idea, a product, an invention, a new service, a skill that you can sell for your own financial benefit and to the benefit of your customers, that's part of our capitalistic system, and that's fine. But I have always maintained on this program, week after week after week, that there are large swaths of our society that are not, should not be, were never meant to be profitable. Libraries, public libraries are not profitable, and they were never meant to be. Roads may stimulate business growth, but the road in and of itself is not profitable, and it was never meant to be. Our national defense, the most socialistic institution on the planet, the largest socialistic institution on the planet, was never meant to be profitable. Education. When you were 5 years old and enrolled in kindergarten, mom and dad did not show up with loan papers. They did not show up with a credit card to pay for it. That's what your taxes paid for. We have turned too much. Wish I knew exactly what the percentage was. We have turned too much of our public education system into profit. If you can pay for it, you get it. If you cannot pay for it, you don't. We've profitized water. An average human being can only go 2 to 3 days without water. If you can't afford it, you don't get it. That's what we've turned into. We've profitized electricity. We've profitized schools. We've profitized roads, airports, all of your mobile phone, not a utility, profit. And of course, your own health. If you can't pay for it, you don't get it. It's strictly based on profit, not on need, but on profit. Is that really who the United States is? Is that who we as a society are? I say no. It is not who we are, and it is not who we should be. We can and should be better than this. In the United States, compared to a humble Nordic country like Finland, our total sum in taxes of as a percentage of our income is essentially the same. In Finland, it's in the 39% range. In the United States, it's 37, 38%. Meaning that of all the dollars we bring in, when you combine all the taxes that we pay, federal, state, local, that percentage of income is essentially the same. They pay the same in Finland that we pay here. But what do they get that we don't? So, well, let me back up. You would probably think to yourself, well, Finland, if we're paying the same amount of taxes, they probably have the same system we do. No. Free education up to the doctorate level. The roads are immaculate. Power and water, while you might contribute to it, is heavily regulated and not for profit. There's actual competition on your television, mobile phone, internet access, real actual competition, rather than quite literally 3 companies that essentially control everything. Your healthcare is covered from cradle to grave. And they pay the same taxes we do. So what's the difference? Well, they tax the people we stopped taxing. They tax corporations. They tax the rich. They heavily, heavily regulate the banks. They regulate the interactions that business people, private sector people can have with public sector people. We gave all that up. Since the onset of the Reagan era, we gave all of that away. And look where we are. We're happy to give you an education. Can you pay for it? Well, no, I can't. Well, then you don't get it. Sorry. Welcome to the ER. What's the emergency? I broke my leg. The bone is sticking out. May I see your insurance card? I don't have any. Here's a Band-Aid. What's the best and shortest direction from point A to point B? Well, it's Interstate X, but it's a toll road. We can take the old US highway, but it'll add 4 hours onto the trip. Oh, well. In fact, if you could take the trip at all, because of course, gasoline is now $3 a gallon. And in California, some places $4. I don't suppose it's any coincidence that as soon as a Democratic president came to office, that fuel prices spiked. I'm sure there's no industry convenience right there. Why have we allowed ourselves as Americans to become the for-profit society, where we only get something that we need if we can pay for it? The basics of life. You can't have that running water in your house. You can't pay for it. Doesn't matter that you're all going to die in 2 to 3 days because the human body can't go that long without water. You can't pay for it. At the same time, Nestle sucks trillions of gallons out of California's aquifers and bottles it and then sells it right back to you. But if you live in California and can't pay your water bill, you don't get water. Or maybe your service is interrupted because Nestle sucked out all the water so they could sell it back to you at the same time you're paying your water bill. Is this who we are? I simply don't believe that's who we are. The thought and theory of free public education goes back to the framers of the Constitution and the founders of the nation. Thomas Jefferson began the University of Virginia, and the students, I believe the first class at the University of Virginia was like 10 or 12 students. They didn't pay a dime. They paid nothing because the institution was founded for the sake of learning, not for the sake of profit. We must be better than this. And nothing about it will make me so inflamed and just properly just makes me want to explode than when folks who are the most needy, who need the most support, who need the most help, and not for a lifetime, but perhaps through just a rough patch. The people who need government the most are the ones who continually vote against it because they have been lied to and tricked and convinced by a massive media machine to tell them if we just continue to pile trillions of dollars into the top 1%, you will benefit. Well, how is that working? Let's take a look at a fact that came up not long ago. I posted it at That Other Side of Information on Facebook. That Other Side of Information on Facebook. The global net worth of all the billionaires on Earth before the pandemic, right around March 18 of 2021, the global net worth of all the billionaires on Earth, there's about 2,500 of them. Out of nearly 8 billion people, we're not quite at 8 billion yet, but out of over 7 billion, I want to say we're at 7.7 billion, I think, roughly. I should probably look that up. There's about 2,500 billionaires. This is the richest 0.01% of the global population. Their net worth on March 18, 2020, you can see the article on our Facebook, was about $8 trillion. In fact, it was over 8 trillion. I think it was $8.14 trillion. After a year of this pandemic, March 18, 2021, their net worth had gone up by 50% to over $12 trillion, while the rest of us starved, got evicted from our rental properties, lost our health insurance, went broke, filed for bankruptcy. They got richer, and not just by a small margin, but by 50%, 8 trillion to 12 trillion, 50%. And we created new billionaires, 3 new billionaires just here in Pennsylvania during a global pandemic. But if you broke your arm, you couldn't afford to go to the doctor. When I had an impacted kidney stone that I could not move, I could not afford to go to the ER. Is that who we are? Is that what the United States has become? And if it isn't, if it's not who we are, then when does it stop? When do you decide that it has to stop? When does that large contingent of genuinely and truly poor and needy people, when do they stop voting against their own self-interest? When does it finally happen? I know that rural folks are fiercely independent. They have been, after 40 years, conditioned to distrust the government. But again, how is that working for you? Your quality of life has not suffered because of Democrats. It has suffered because of Republicans. And yet you keep voting Republican. What about this equation are we missing? When all the science and statistics and data show you that your lives have improved under Democratic presidents and failed under Republican ones, and you continue to vote for Republicans, what does that say? Does it speak to the mighty power of the right-wing hate media machine? Or does it speak to, oh, let me take that. Somebody, well, I angered somebody. Caller, your first name only, please, and where you're calling from. Welcome to the program. You are on the air.
Thank you. Charles, Central Pennsylvania. Jeff, I know there's enough in the news to keep Republicans busy with voter registration, so on and so forth. And, you know, I read the Times and other things. Has anyone said how much of an increase in participation of individuals for the Affordable Care Act? I mean, suddenly that's not being bantered about. So, you know, I was always wondering, did it do what it was supposed to do? I mean, you know, did people suddenly wake up and realize, hey, I could possibly gain some insurance through this? I got to tell you, where I live, everybody didn't want to talk about the vaccine. They didn't want to talk about the virus. It was all poo-hoo. And as soon as the vaccine came out, you could watch the numbers being reported by Pennsylvania Department of Health and CCD in our area. People are getting vaccinated. So I'm just wondering if you know, how many people may have gotten on. Have you ever gotten anything? Heard anything from anybody?
Okay, that is a lot to unpack. Let's start here. And I'm working predominantly from memory. When the Affordable Care Act was first, well, let me just throw out this interesting nugget, just for fun, and to relate to what I was into before you were kind enough to ring. About 60+% of Republicans support the Affordable Care Act, but only about 35% support Obamacare. Now, what are we missing there? Why do I say that to you, Charles?
Because it's mostly a matter of semantics.
Because they're the same damn. Because they're the same damn thing.
Right.
That's why I say it. So when I was talking before you were kind enough to call, when I was talking about an entire population or segment of the population would be a better way to put it, because not all of us have been fooled. Being conditioned and tricked and lied to, et cetera, et cetera. If that statistic doesn't prove it to you, I simply do not know what would. That said, the Affordable Care Act, when it was first passed and implemented, cut the number of uninsured about in half. It was around 44 million. That dropped to nearly 20 million. The number has since gone up as Republicans have chipped away at the Affordable Care Act, about what it covers, how it gets paid for, the allowing states to opt out of it, the non-committal, the non-accepting of Medicaid monies, the striking down of the individual mandate. It has been chipped away at and chipped away at and chipped away at to now. The Affordable Care Act, in my humble opinion, is largely non-effective. It is still better than nothing, but it is largely non-effective. And that number of uninsured has jumped back to roughly right where it was before it passed. I'm still waiting. By the way, has anyone seen, raise your hands out there on the radio, has anyone seen the Republican health care plan? Anybody? Because I sure as hell haven't. Because the plan doesn't exist. The plan is what former Florida congressman and candidate for the Senate, by the way, Alan Grayson said, the Republican health care plan is die quickly and hopefully in not too much pain. Because
you answered my question.
No one's coming
away. Yeah.
Because no one's coming to save you and no one's coming to help you, because God knows we're just a land of rugged individualists, aren't we? The Affordable Care Act has, by the way, the Biden administration has expanded the Affordable Care Act sign up period. When President Biden took office, he immediately reopened healthcare.gov for folks to sign up for plans on the government exchange, something that the Trump regime had shut down. So people are opting back into the Affordable Care Act. To be fair, I probably could have, and maybe I should have. I have not always heard great things about the plans that are available through the exchange. Really didn't think I was going to gain anything by it. But even then, and even with the supplements from the government, I still couldn't afford it. And it still begs the question, is that who we are?
Well, I'll tell you what. I had friends, an associate that I worked with, and I remember we were talking in his office, and I could tell he was looking at his computer, and he goes, "Oh, that's good. That's good." I said, "Well, what'd you do? Just strike it rich?" He said, "No, I'm invested in this health insurance company, and they keep their profits up by keeping their margin down." And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, so what you're telling me is there are people that are not being served, but they're paying into it, and you're getting your dividend. And somehow that just that just boggles my mind.
I would ask you to one of the aspects of this job is to crystallize very complicated thoughts into bumper stickers. The Republicans are great at it. We have to give them credit. They're excellent at it. Contract on America. Build that wall. They're really, really good at it. I would offer you this, and even this is a little long. Every dime of these healthcare company profits is a dime of denied care. Period.
Yes, I agree with that.
You don't deserve that procedure. You don't need that test. Broke your leg in half, you got another one.
You know what? That's the fun part. I have friends who will talk about socialism. Usually that comes off of this medical question or Affordable Care Act. And I used to argue with them. Now, just for the fun of it, I go, you're absolutely right. Capitalism is the way to go. I said, if you can't afford to go to the doctor for a checkup, too bad. You should have,
Yep.
you should have put your nose to the grindstone.
Should have pulled yourself up by your bootstraps.
Right. This is America. Find something new. Build a better mousetrap. If your kid can't afford to go to Exeter, what the hey, maybe somebody will teach them apprenticeship or something like that. And they look at you and they go, well, no, that's not what I'm talking about. Well, now that's capitalism. Either you win or you lose.
What is the definition to you of socialism?
Socialism is basically,
Because like liberal or like Democrat, it's being demonized nearly to the point of Nazi. So tell me, to you, in your humble opinion, or not so humble opinion, what does socialism? What does socialism mean to you? What do you believe the definition of it is? Not the one you're told, you personally, just you in your head. What do you think it means?
benefit the people of the society. Education, yes, that's a socialistic idea. Our public education, we all pay into it. Even if you don't have a child, you pay into it. But education's been proven to be the backbone of how our democracy, our economy works. Healthcare, nobody should really have to die. They should be able to get a checkup. You know, they talk about preventative medicine. Well, you can't do that if you don't have the health care. Roads, come on. You want to go back to the days of the colonial period where a guy like yourself just gets out, you put a log across the road and you call it a turnpike, and you maintain maybe about 6 miles of it, but you pay for it. You know, that's the way it goes. You don't call the township to remove the snow and repair the roads or take out your garbage. That's, I'm old enough to remember before socialism being the boogeyman, it was communism. Everything was communism. Now I laugh when the politicians say, you know, we're heading down a socialistic road. That word wasn't used much in the 50s and 60s, you know. So, yeah, it's where society as a whole works towards the betterment of society, humanity.
Let me offer you this. I'm struggling to find a graphic to send to George to see if we can get it put up, but I'll speak to you as I try to be. I'll try to be intelligent enough to do two things at once. That doesn't always go well. As if you saw the beginning of the program, sometimes I can't even do one thing at once. Let me offer you this definition of socialism, as simple as it is, and see if it makes sense to you, and see if it makes sense to kind of knowing the folks that you're speaking of. That's the one I was trying to send to George. I found it. Harry Truman quote. Never a bad time for a Harry Truman quote. Socialism, by definition, and I should say its simplest definition, is anything that the majority, the society, pays into collectively that it cannot provide for itself. Could you have built the northeast extension of the turnpike? Could you pave the 20, 30, 40 feet of road inside? Where is he coming up with this? What is misfiring up there? The 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 feet of road outside your home, could you have paved that, built the substructure for it, keep it plowed and painted? You could have educated children at home, I suppose, but they got a better experience and a social experience in at a public school. Could you have been your own military? Could you have been your own public library? Could you have had a library in your own house? Could you have built your own airport?
Jeff, in my area, I could just see when you said the military.
These are the socialistic. This is what socialism is. You can boogie the word all you want. You can try to demonize the word all you wish. It is anything that we as a collective pay into to provide a service we cannot provide individually, period. Those fools in 2007 and 8, and then at the beginning of the ACA, keep your damn government hands off my Social Security. Excuse what?
Well, that's another thing. You look at the Social Security, everyone points to that as a prime example of a socialistic evil. And they talk about how it's going broke. Well, I can remember back in those days when they would want to add an additional group to aid and support, but they didn't want to put it into the budget separately. They knew that somewhere along the line, somebody would look at it, maybe complain about it, or it might have to be sacrificed, and they'd lose some votes. So what did they do? They stuck it under Social Security. And they looked at it and reasoned, we, the baby boomers, were working. This will take care of itself. And there was no forethought to it. And I'm not saying those people should not be cared for, but I mean, it's just what you just said. It's unreal. You know, they'll say, well, that's not socialism. That's different. That's what government's supposed to do. No, not really. Protect your ass from being invaded. That's pretty much, yeah. Little interstate commerce. That's betterment for the nation. Otherwise, beyond that, good luck. No.
How many? I'm fortunate enough to know where you're talking about when you say that you're where you live. How do folks, in your humble opinion, continue to complain, realize, make note of the degradation of their lives, and yet continue to vote for exactly that which did it in the first place?
It has amazed me statistically and demographically. This should be a Democratic area. Blue collar workers, and I don't say this in an assaultive manner. Many of them unskilled labor, agricultural, but it has a tendency to put itself more on a religious moral basis, and it's amazing. It will cloud their mind as to, I used to say to my children, these people here wouldn't vote for Jesus Christ if he was running as a Democrat. You know,
get that.
It just seems to be a mindset. They, and this is my personal opinion, I think they look at the Democratic Party as, well, that's an urban area, people of color, I hate to say it, in my opinion, not white bread mayonnaise. You know, they're just not us in this area. And they're unionized Democrats. That's the way they are. You don't speak about unions around here. That's a bad word. And it's, from what I've looked at, it goes all the way back to the turn of the last century. It stupefies me. I mean, we've had this discussion with friends who we look at politics, and it's just this last one. I couldn't believe it. You would lay things out, and nope. He's a good man. Job's gonna change. Yep, hero's gonna rise. That's my word.
Nope. The Earth is flat. Nope.
Yep. And you know, I don't give a damn if Leif Erikson did get to America first. It was Columbus. You know, and
that's a rough one. Yeah, I know. I get that.
I think we're coming to a period of change.
I want to go off on a tangent here for a second. I just want to ask you, as somebody who's been kind enough to call the program, I want to ask you an opinion. You're now speaking for the entire planet, so you're representing the rest of the planet other than me. No pressure. How do you discover a land that's already populated?
I know somebody who quoted a Monty Python skit, and I think this is the greatest answer. the indigenous people didn't have a flag. Columbus did. When he came here, he put it in the ground and he said, "Hey, I discovered this." I said, "Well, we've been living here." He goes, "Do you have a flag?" "No, we don't." "Well, then you didn't discover it." No, you're absolutely right, Jeff. It's they're not
that's exactly, but that's how do you discover something that's already? It's like somebody marching into this studio right now and saying, "I claim this land." I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here right now. It's like, I mean, and actually, somebody does try to come in and claim this land occasionally because the cat comes in and has a go and she's not happy. But that's a whole different topic. But
it
I
gets me
mean,
when I hear the people around here say, "I want America for Americans." Okay.
and where did we all come from? Somewhere else.
Yeah. And the funny thing is that after Trump was elected, I remember, I think it was the National Congress of Native Americans passed a resolution that said, okay, we as a group will allow you to stay in the United States. Well, you know, it's, like I said, I think it's a change, and they're just really afraid of it. You know, they're afraid their lifestyle is not going to be the same, and it's just basically fear. When you try and show it to them, they'll point to one person. You know, it's like finding a dandelion in your yard and going, the whole yard is just covered in weeds. Well, there's only one dandelion. That's the beginning. You know, so.
Well, for the folks who were listening on the radio or are not in front of a screen at the moment, and why would you not be? My goodness. Well, we will discipline you later. Let me just say that George was kind enough to put up a graphic that I had sent to him. It's a meme, I guess, technically. But it's a picture of former president, past president, Harry Truman, in one of his most famous quotes. And it is a quote that is entirely underutilized by those of us in the Democratic Party, in the progressive left, the New Deal Democrats, and so on, of which Truman was a New Deal Democrat, by the way. The quote is as follows, especially for those of you who can't see it. For our radio audience, let me take you through the quote. Again, this is President Truman. Socialism is the epithet they have hurled at every advance the people have made in the last 20 years. Now, remember, President Truman is speaking in the late 40s, early 50s. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all the people. This ties into a story that we posted at That Other Side of Information earlier in the week, where the Republicans had Mitch McConnell informed President Biden that no Republican will vote for infrastructure, but that all of them will work, fight, die, kill, bleed, bomb to save the filibuster. Now, why do I mention that? Because Republicans have united on a tool, a parliamentary procedure, not in the Constitution, by the way, created after by John C. Calhoun, the seditionist, the father of the Confederacy from South Carolina. But they will line up in complete unanimity to save a tool created for the specific purpose of never allowing legislation to move forward. It's the first sizable policy position they've taken in actually quite a while. Perhaps it's progress, but it's a policy position for the sake of stopping policy. Now, tell me this is a functioning political party. It is not. It is a corporation.
But the thing of the matter is, like Pat Civic, the filibuster, as you quoted it, is absolutely true. But it was also one in which, by pausing and stopping, was intent to have you look upon what was the problem? Why cannot this bill pass? And therefore, that generates debate, discussion, And I'm going to use a dirty word that, unfortunately, I love the word, but it's a very foul
Well, let's
word.
not. Yeah,
And
let's not. No, this is a family program. Let's
I
not
can't
curse.
help
Let's
it.
not curse on air.
Compromise. It's the C word, compromise.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's not
yeah,
a okay. I thought we were talking properly, actually, real dirty there. No, we don't do. We try not to do that unless I let one slip every now and then, which I don't like to do. But
You say compromise to most of them down in Washington or Republican, they'll just go, "Ah!"
right.
That's the whole point. That was the point. And I'm old enough to remember that.
I'm wondering.
The whole
I'm wondering when Republicans hold a gun to your head and give you the choice, shall I blow your brains out in the left temple or the right temple? How is that compromise?
Well, compromise usually entails choices. You're given a choice.
You can have it. You can have it our way, or you can have it our way, or you can't have it. There's not a lot of room in there, is there?
No, I just tell you, it's sad. I gotta admit, I'm self-centered too, like anybody else. But many a times, like
Well, not me. Not me. I only have a global radio program, by the way. But no, there's no ego here. None. I'm going to be on TV soon, by the way. Did I tell you? We're not going to be. No ego here. No ego here.
Okay. They want to change the Constitution of Pennsylvania and diminish the powers of the governor concerning an emergency situation. I can remember going through Agnes and all that. Well, that's different. Well, what was different here? The logic was if we wear our masks, distance ourselves, we use our brains, and not go into groups, you can maybe slow the spread of the pandemic down. We saw that when certain politicians, who will remain nameless, had the massive rallies in which they were standing there. You could see the numbers went up. Now, that doesn't take a mathematician or a statistician to see that. And it just boggles me when, you say to them and they'll go, no. If this would have been discussed, if this would have been debated, we would find out how bad it is and how bad it was. And I sound like I'm going on a tangent, but this pipeline thing was something I said a long time ago when people were arguing about Trump and hacking. I said, look, I'm really concerned about the infrastructure because they don't have to drop the bomb. All they got to do is just turn everything off. And, they did. They shut the gas down. It's just, I don't know. It seems anymore people I'm just concerned about me. I'm sorry you had kidney stones, Jeff. I'm really sorry about that.
I'm sorry about that too, by the way. I'm properly sorry about that too, by the way, especially when they're happening.
I'll understand your plight when I'm laying on the table.
I'm happy to share them.
Hey.
And by the way, if you have any potholes in your car park, I know where you can get some cheap gravel. It just usually takes a while for them to come through, but they're quality, high quality.
Did you see the one picture that was on the internet someplace out in, I think it was Oregon? This guy got tired of the potholes on the street, so he started planting trees in them.
Yeah, I did see that. Charles, thank you for ringing the program tonight. I appreciate you taking part and being part of our audience and being part of the program and sharing your thoughts with, just the globe, nothing big.
Just remember, I might be running for dictator in 2024.
I wrote myself in for constable here in the Saucon Valley. And then I found out that one of my cohorts in the Saucon Democrats, 2 people wrote her in. So I couldn't even win a write-in election.
Okay.
Nobody wants me in an official uniform, apparently.
Well, you and I are going to get phone calls, most likely going, congratulations.
Oh, they're gonna be sorry. Boy, are they gonna be sorry when I'm not constable. Oh goodness.
Well, I hope you get it back.
And not not to imply any megalomania, but I was going to turn this valley into a constable state. Anybody? Anybody? Bueller? Police state? Constable state? Anybody? Bueller? Ring in if you get it. I'll be here all week. Try the meatloaf and don't forget to tip your servers. Thank you so much for calling and being part of the program. I appreciate it. That was Charles from Central Pennsylvania. A very, very interesting place. We are nearly at the top of the hour, just shy of 7 p.m. Eastern time here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Our guest is scheduled to join us at 8 p.m. I should probably tell you who he is, but first, let me tell you this. Wherever you are on Facebook, any of the 80-ish places that the program went out to today, we appreciate you being there. Stay there, watch, put your comments in. I do not see them in the same way that I would see them if you come to our home Facebook group page called That Other Side of Information. When you come to That Other Side of Information and open up the post that is this program, I will see you. I can say hello to you. We can even exchange a little bit. It's a little tough for me to type while this is going on, but we're here. I will see you. I can say hello to you. You can put your comments, your questions, your whatevers. You put it right on in there and I will see it. And we can have a chat at the live chat currently happening right now. That Other Side of Information on Facebook. That Other Side of Information. And by the way, That Other Side of Information never closes. Now, it might sound silly to you, you know why Facebook never closes. No, it doesn't close. So it is always there. If you do not get a chance to be part of the program live or listen to the program live, you can watch the recorded version of the program at the Facebook page. You can also check in with us all week long to see the news stories that are important to you that we post there, and posted usually from a point of view that not often seen in the United States, and that would be one of strict reporting. We generally post all of our articles, not exclusively, but generally all from either The Guardian, the BBC, or the CBC, which is the Canadian Broadcasting Company, and they are required by their governments to report unbiasedly, unlike the United States. So come to That Other Side of Information, click on the post that is this program, go into the comments section, let us see you, let us know you're there, say hello. I will say hello to you. You can put questions, comments, you can scream, argue, agree, disagree, anything you want to do there in the comments section. That Other Side of Information on Facebook. Hot101.net, you know we love you very much wherever you are listening to Hot101.net, literally around the globe. You might be in your car, on a smart speaker, on a laptop, a tablet, a phone. You might be at work, home, laying in bed, sitting outside, having dinner, whatever it is. We appreciate you. We are thrilled that you are there. We would not be here if you are not there. And we want you, Hot101.net, to be part of this program as well. We know you're not seeing the screen and the visuals that we put on through Facebook. You're listening to the audio. Don't worry. Here's the phone number to call the program. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. And if the telemetry is working properly, hot101.net, if you're using the app or the website, you will see scrolling on your screen our phone number. I'm almost certain the phone number is there. If I'm not, I really hope it's there because now I said it. But I'm pretty sure that I worked the telemetry to give you the phone number. Yes, I did. Oh, cool. Yes. So if you're using the hot101.net apps, the Apple app, the Android app, you will see scrolling on your screen exactly what you're listening to. This is me. This is the Kennedy Effect, and we are your home for interactive progressive talk. And you can call the program and share your thoughts with us. YouTube.com/that other side of information, Instagram.com/that other side of information, Patreon.com, become a subscriber /that other side of information, and TikTok, that other side of information. Top of the hour, 7 p.m. We have one more hour to take you through before our guest is scheduled to arrive. And who is our guest? Well, if you are on Facebook, you can read the summary of what tonight's program is meant to be about. And that's you and I talking, an update on why we were missing for 2 weeks. We've gone through that. A discussion on how us missing for 2 weeks has to do with the American healthcare quote unquote system. I would call it an industry. We have covered that, and we can continue to talk about that if you wish. We were lucky enough to talk to Kel from Portland, which still makes me makes me so happy that somebody's listening to us from the other side of the country, and was bold enough to call in, and we appreciate that very much. Talking about vaccinations. What's your vaccination story? Are you vaccinated? Are you getting vaccinated? Are you afraid to get vaccinated? And not afraid in a bad way. It's not a jide at you. Are you concerned about it? Do you have fears about getting vaccinated? What are your friends vaccinated? Are your family? And what if you are all vaccinated? How has it changed things for you? Are you now you can actually hug mom and dad again. You can hug grandma and grandpa again. Hug the kids, see the kids in person. Tell us how it's changed you and changed what's going on in your life that you're actually vaccinated. Let me tell you about, so all of those topics are on the table, and we'll be opening up a new topic right here as I begin to explain to you who is scheduled to join us at 8 p.m. If not sooner, I would hope a little sooner, but perhaps I think it probably will be 8 p.m. Our scheduled guest at 8 p.m. is a gentleman named Ethan Demme. Ethan is a township commissioner in a small township outside of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. The municipality is escaping me at the moment. I can look it up, though, and I will look it up. The actual municipality name is escaping me at the moment, and I'm not sure why that has happened. I will find it. I'm scrolling, folks. It's terribly interesting radio, but I saved it. Okay. I don't know if it's Lancaster Township or I thought it was another township. I posted an article, I think, about him. I will find the township for you. I'm not right about the municipality, but anyway, he's a township commissioner, sitting currently active elected office holder. And after the events of January 6th, the coup attempt, the absolute insurrection and coup attempt that we saw at the Capitol on the 6th of January 2021, Mr. Demme and two of his fellow commissioners wrote a formal letter and left the Republican Party. He's actually received a good bit of national attention for doing so. He had been interviewed many different places. He may be new to our program. He is not new to the media. And he did many of these interviews to explain exactly what he's going to be explaining to you when he is scheduled to join us from 8 p.m. And that is, why did he leave the party? And again, we'll maintain to him, and I actually did tell him when I spoke to him on the phone, it's not a political party anyway. So that said, he's going to explain to us why he made that decision. And it's a big decision. It's not a small thing, especially when you've been elected to office. It's a hard thing to try to tell the people that elected you, I'm not part of you anymore. So even though Mr. Demme and I will in all likelihood disagree on nearly every policy position, it's still a very interesting story. Here's a gentleman who woke up, saw what was happening at our capital, the nation's capital, on the 6th of January and said, I can't do this anymore. I can't be part of this. Well, I'm going to have a couple questions for Mr. Demme, included what the hell took you so long? And why did you become a Republican in the first place? Because that logic escapes me. Especially if you're not wealthy. If you're not part of the top 1%, I don't know why you would be part of the Republican Party to start with. But we'll ask. In a respectful, kind manner, we will ask. So I'm looking forward to him being here. And it speaks to, and he's also working on something called the SAM Party, SAM Party. This is supposed to be the new political movement and literal political party that is splitting off from the Republicans. These are supposed to be the somewhat sane or traditional, quote unquote, Republicans, the SAM Party. And by the way, that stands for something, and I can't tell you what it stands for. SAM is supposed to be, I believe, is an acronym. If I could tell you what it stood for, I'd be pretty pleased with myself. I will try to have a quick. I'll try to use the Google machine for you and see if I can figure out what that actually stands for, because I'm pretty sure it is a. An acronym, and if I knew what it was, it'd be. I don't see. Oh, isn't that funny? They have a website, joinsam.org. Let me have a go. Let me have a quick look. Oh, Serve America movement. There we go. Oh, wasn't that simple? Isn't that interesting? Somehow I tend to doubt it. There's a funny thing. It kind of reminds me, it's connected and sort of not connected all at the same time, because they are two different things. Here's what I would let me say. A lot of folks in the Democratic Party got extremely excited about what the Lincoln Project did during the last presidential election. They paid for, and I would say rather quickly, posted just and bought ad time and aired them and probably, I mean, this devastating ad campaign against the Trump regime. And these were folks who considered themselves, or consider them still, it's not like they've passed on or ran away back to another planet or something. They still exist. Consider themselves, what, like the real genuine conservatives, like the real, that it is, they may have a certain policy position, but if they lose an election, well, then so be it. They lose an election and they need to do better. They need to convince, make their arguments better. So there's that. And a lot of folks inside the Democratic Party got very, very excited about the Lincoln Project. And I will remain, I was then and seem to remain, one of those voices in the wilderness that said, it's just a wolf in sheep's clothing, because at the end of the day, they're still corporatists. And even if all the people in the Lincoln Project were to take over government, taxes for rich people would still get cut. Taxes for corporations would still get cut. Regulation, protections for average individuals against major corporations and banks and financial institutions would all go away. They're no different. And I suspect that this SAM Party is no different. They can say that they want to be transparent. They can say that, they will accept the results of elections and that they won't be working on the active voter suppression that is happening through the Republicans and that if they should lose an election, well, then they lose an election and we just have to do better. They can say all of that, and they may even believe it, and they might even live up to it. But at the end of the day, they want the same things that the Trump party, which is now what the Republicans are, they want the same things the Trump party wants. No regulations on big corporations, giving them massively unfair advantage over small and medium-sized local businesses. They want a completely for-profit society. They want more tax cuts for rich people, more tax cuts for corporations, no corporate accountability. They want the same things. They want a continuation of this, of Reaganomics, of this trickle-down theory. Yeah, they may not want, they might even advocate against the open voter suppression that we're seeing in this country. But economically, they don't want anything different. Let's talk a little bit about what the Republicans did this past week. And even before I get to that, let me just remind you, January 6th, 2021, there's an old saying that says, do you know what a failed coup is? A failed coup attempt. Practice. A failed coup attempt is nothing other than practice. I do not believe in my heart and in my head and in my gut that you all, as an American public, quite understand just how close we came to the end of the federal government as we understand it, to the end of the American experiment, to the end of the Constitution, as we did on January 6th, and that we have not markedly moved away from that event. That these large percentages of people who will follow Trump over into Hades itself, that they want an end of the American experiment, and that we're not too damn far away from that. And all of a man like Kevin McCarthy, who is willing to literally end the American form of government just so he can be Speaker of the House. Voter suppression. I'm not going to walk up to you, Joe Public, and tell you why you should vote for me. I'm going to take away your vote. Does anyone see just how close that is to the end of what's being built here? As I look at Twitter, I see an article from politicsusa.com. This just happened to pop up. This was not part of me plans. 47% of self-identified Republicans, I added the self-identified part, want 47% of Republicans openly are advocating for the GOP structure to rig elections. They want rigged elections. How does that not scare you? Folks, do you understand just how close we are to the end of everything here? We are not far from authoritarianism. Trust me. When half of the party opposite us says we want rigged elections, they're saying we don't want to make a case for you to vote for us. We just want to make sure you can't vote. Do you not see the fundamental depth of that? Oh, you don't agree with us? Fine. We'll make sure you can't vote. Not, I'll convince you of my policy position so that you would vote for me. I'll just make sure you can't vote instead. Do you see that? Do you see how truly deep and depraved that is? A new CBS News poll revealed that nearly half of Republicans think that their strategy should be to rig the next two elections. And January 6th, by the way, was exactly that. There was a hearing this week about the events of January 6th, and what came out of that hearing was something pretty shocking. There was a lot of focus in that hearing on the timeline of the events of January 6th. And one of the very blunt, very open, kind of easy to find out, figure out, lay out things that happened on January 6th was this. When the insurrectionists stormed the Capitol, the National Guard had been previously ordered by the acting Secretary of Defense, Miller, Scott Miller, I think, to not be involved. They had to stay away. They were not to render any assistance to the Capitol Police. And only after national news organizations began to report that the ballot box was safe, that Speaker Pelosi was safe, and that then Vice President Pence was safe, did Miller finally relent and allow the National Guard to come out. Governor Larry Hogan of Maryland has said openly to the media, I received phone calls from the vice president. I received phone calls from Leader Schumer. I received phone calls from Speaker Pelosi saying, get your National Guard here. I literally could not do it because it broke the chain of command and it would have broken the law. He was ordered to keep his National Guard troops in Maryland and not to cross the border into DC. And only after national news outlets, including Times, MSNBC, CNN, even Fox, reported that those big three things were safe. The ballot box, Vice President Pence, then Vice President Pence, and Speaker Pelosi, that they were safe and secure. Then, only then, did the Trump regime say, fine, send them. Oh, and by the way, the DC Metro Police can help out too. Why did they decide that then? Why did they wait? And why did they finally relent only after those three biggies were considered and reported as being safe and secure? Because it was a coup attempt. It was an attempt to decapitate the line of secession that the Constitution lays out. President, Vice President, Speaker of the House. It was an attempt to assassinate the presidential line of secession and leave Trump with no one under him. It was meant to have the election results thrown into the House of Representatives, where each state gets one vote. And with 34-ish states controlled by Republican congressional delegations, Trump would be in office right now. It was an attempt to end our constitutional form of government. The mob was trying to find every Democratic elected official they could find and kill them. They searched for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. They searched for Ayanna Pressley. They searched for Speaker Pelosi. They searched for Steny Hoyer. They searched for every Democratic elected official they could find to kill them. January 6th was an attempt to end the American experiment so that a fascist government could take over. Of, by, and for you, the people? No. Of, by, and for the corporations. That's what January 6th was. And Mr. Demme, to his credit, said, I can't be a part of this anymore. We'll ask him why. That is scheduled for 8 p.m. He's supposed to join us at 8 p.m. Most of our guests join us straight away, at 5 o'clock. But look, it's a Sunday night. We know that. So he had some things to do, but did say he would be joining us at or around 8 p.m. So we will continue to hope for that. And by the way, if he stands us up, it'll be the end of the program. And I wish I'll release you back into the world. But what did the Republicans do this week? Let me again lay out for you something that I've laid out many times before. And you can agree, disagree, whatever you wish. The Republican Party is no longer. They can call themselves Republicans, but they're not a political party anymore. They are not a functioning political party. What they are is a corporation. One that is willing to use authoritarianism, easy for the radio guy to speak all the time, really good. To use authoritarianism, fascism, to use our own military against us, the police and economics, to control all the levers of power that government provides. And then fundamentally change that government so that they stay in power heretofore ad infinitum. All for the sake of redirecting as much wealth as humanly possible to the top 1% and the largest corporations. If you ever need to know why Republicans do anything that they do, 9 times out of 10, probably 9.5, 9.9 times out of 10, it's all about power and money. They're keeping power, retaking power, holding power, and sending money to the people that own them. So why does that make them any different than a corporation? If you own a business, even if it's a small business, that might be you, the owner, and maybe 5 employees. What is the job of those employees? To provide the good service, whatever it is that your company might do, to the customer for the sake of generating profit. And profit being wealth. It's their job. And that's okay, by the way. It is what the country's built on. So how are Republicans any different than that? In my mind, they aren't. They are no different. The Republican office holders and the structure of this former party, they are the employees. The top 1%, the largest corporations, they are the stockholders. They are the owners. And it's their job to send as much wealth to the owners as possible. That's a business. It's a business. It is not a functioning political party anymore. It's a business. It's a corporation. No platform, none, other than save the filibuster so that we can destroy all platforms. No platform, no leadership, no national leadership. If there was some great catastrophe in this country and the only person left to go to the mic to try to rally the nation was Mitch McConnell, are you following him? I mean, are you following him? No platform, no policy, no leadership, no guidance, no vision, no future. Nothing matters to these folks other than power and money. If Republicans hate government so much, why do they try so hard? Lie, cheat, and steal, and spend billions to control it. Why work so hard to control something you don't even believe in? That's a damn important question. And one that you need to ask yourself when you go vote, whether it's in a primary or a general or a special election. We're having several special elections here in the Commonwealth on Tuesday. Why? I'm a self-identified Republican in rural areas, especially. And I have seen the quality of my life just degrade. And I know that I have voted only one way for 40 years, or maybe even more back to Nixon. At some point, surely I have to have the wisdom, the wherewithal, the sentience to look myself in the mirror and go, something's not right here. I keep voting the way all these folks tell us to vote, and yet my life just gets worse and worse and worse. And by the way, the Democrats haven't been in power, so it has to be. I mean, where's the logic? I'm fascinated, continually fascinated at the lack of logic, at the lack of thought. The ability to step back and look at your own situation. It's absolutely mind-boggling to me. I'm gobsmacked by it. I am defiant. I am sickened when these folks in these areas who are largely poor and depressed and wanting and needing and do take from the government, by the way, and I wouldn't deny them that. I believe in that system. Try to tell me that me, as a member of the Democratic Party, I'm responsible for everything that's happened to them. We haven't been in power for large parts of it. Democrats haven't been in power in the Commonwealth in at least 30 years. And Democrats have only been in charge exclusively since Reagan, White House and both houses of Congress, for a total of 6 years that I can think of off the top of my head. 6 out of 40. But we're responsible? Are you nuts? Because you're not stupid. I don't like to call people stupid. I think it's dumb. It's degrading to them. And if you don't have an argument to make and all you can do is call somebody stupid, then you don't have an argument. It's because you lack facts. But how do these folks, who are good folks, they just want the same thing all the rest of us want, to provide for their families, have a good education, a home, and a job that supports them. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. How do you justify continuing to vote against your own self-interest? And then blame the people who aren't in power. Because Tucker Carlson told you so? He gets paid $10 million a year. Because Sean Hannity told you so? Between the radio and TV, he's about $40 million a year. He doesn't know you. He doesn't know anything like you. He doesn't know how you live. And I'm telling you, doesn't care one damn bit. But he's going to tell you how to think? A small family farmer who can't keep the farm going, farms that have been in families for centuries, always on the precipice of bankruptcy, just waiting for a Tyson Foods or some ConAgra or some other big ag to swoop in and take it from you and then lease it back to you at 10 times the price. We're the ones that are the problem because Sean Hannity said so, because he's a mega multimillionaire and you can't feed yourselves and you're on a farm. He knows better. I mean, you can't. That can't be a serious line of thought. It can't. It just can't be. Can't these good, decent people see how that makes no sense? Literally, improperly, no sense. None. No, we're not looking to inflict change upon you. We're trying to restore you. We're trying to reverse the change that you thought was worth it. And all it's done is bankrupt you, made you less healthy, shortened your lifespan, made it so you can't pass on your farm to the kids, that they can't get an education, or even if they do, the school building around them is crumbling and there's 40 kids in a class. We didn't do that to you. The people you keep voting for did it to you and are doing it to you. I have said on this program, and an itchy eye, I've said this on this program many, many, many times. And I say it because I believe it to be true. The Democratic Party is not perfect. Not perfect. But we're the only damn ones trying. We're the only ones even remotely interested in governing. We are the party trying to make your life and the lives of everyone in the country better. If Democrats were able to restore the top marginal tax rates that we've seen in this country since the 20th century, 91% on income, 35 on capital gains, 50 corporate, Jeff Bezos will still have plenty of money. Elon Musk will still have plenty of money. Bill Gates, the Mercers, the Kochs, they will all still have the Waltons of Walmart fame, not the TV show. They will all still have billions upon billions upon billions of dollars that they could not spend in the rest of their lives if they had to. Jeff Bezos is worth over $200 billion. He's worth more than the gross domestic products of nearly 2/3 of all the nations on earth. I think the entire gross domestic product of Afghanistan is $2 billion. He's worth 100 times more. believe the GDP of the poorest nation on earth, Haiti, is, I think, under $1 billion. Jeff Bezos is worth 200 billion. This is unsustainable. Why do you keep voting this way? You don't agree with everything Democrats stand for? Awesome. Let's have a chat about it. But for God's sake, I mean, honestly, at least we're trying. We're trying to reach you. We're trying to help you. We're trying to talk to you. And we're trying to talk with you. And just because there's a D behind, you don't want to hear it? Where's the R behind the name gotten you? 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. Here's another piece of exciting news that's coming up. And this is probably a bit inside baseball. And you might not quite, this might not overly excite you. It excites me. It excites George and Kristen, and maybe even Lynn to a lesser extent. I'll probably get in trouble for that comment. Over Memorial Day weekend, we will not be with you. You know that we normally don't do a program on holiday weekends: Mother's Day, Father's Day, Memorial Day, Labor Day, 4th of July, Christmas, Thanksgiving, all that. We usually don't do programs over holiday weekends. And we will do the same this Memorial Day. We will not be doing a live program. But what we are going to do, that doesn't mean that we're not here working for you. George is fully vaccinated. I am fully vaccinated. His wife, Lynn, is fully vaccinated. Kristen is fully vaccinated. So George will be coming here to the house. Lynn is coming with him, to the best of my knowledge. Kristen's going to be cooking like a fiend. She volunteered. I didn't ask. And we are going to completely, and I mean completely, damn near completely, we're going to do everything but, tear down drywall in here. We're not moving doors or tearing down drywall or, putting up, building new structures, but we're going to be completely rearranging this humble second bedroom. Happens to be a set of, there's some stuff in here that you don't see, and there's a reason why you don't see it, because you probably don't care, and and I can understand that, but because it's just not part of the program, you don't need to see it. It's the other side of these computers. What I can tell you though is that these are blackout curtains that I brought over from my bedroom. There are windows behind here. We try to make a nice background. It keeps the light out. But what we're going to do is actually empty this room and start from scratch and construct or piece together, I guess you'd say, because we're not actually sawing, hammering, pouring concrete or anything like that. But we're going to assemble, maybe that's the best way to put it, an entire new studio. George will be able to then come here and do the program with me live. He will be here with me in the room. I will move to the back wall, have a whole brand new background, and there will be a space for a third person who can actually sit in here and speak with us live. Hopefully that will be April. It might be Kristen from time to time. It might be a guest. Actually bring them up through my own house and have them sit and be live with us here in the studio. We're very, very excited about it. And this is why we talk to you so much about Patreon and why we want you to be a subscriber. We do have one subscriber, my dear friend, and I'm eternally grateful to her, Laura. subscribes to the program. And that whopping money that she gave us, and I think we're talking $5 a month or $7 a month, something like that. We used it to buy the equipment that we're going to be doing to make this room, to completely make over this room. I was given money at Christmas, said, here, we want you to use this for the program. Merry Christmas. We used it. It's not in my pocket. I didn't go to dinner with it. I didn't drink with it. I didn't get a new car with it. And believe me, I want a new Jeep more than you can imagine. I used it on the program just like I said I would. Just like we said we would. So that's coming in 2 weeks. So that when we rejoin you, he's going back to the calendar, on the 6th of June, 6 months after the coup attempt. 6th of June is also D-Day. Yes, it's also D-Day. Almost certain of that. We will be coming to you from what is the same room, same walls, same door, same electrical coming into the room, but a completely new configuration and a whole new look for you on your end and for us. I mean, but we'll be here. You won't see all of it, but we'll try to take you on a little tour of it. And I mean, it's only a 10 by 12 room, I think. So it's not, the tour won't be too long and it won't be too damn detailed, but at least you'll see it. But I think it's important that we tell you that exactly what we said was going to happen is going to happen. And that when you subscribe to this program via Patreon or support the program in any way, we will always work to bring you the best program we can possibly bring you. For us to continue to grow this program, we needed to redo this room. So that's what we're going to do. I suspect George will have a lot more fun doing it than me because he's really, really good at this stuff. I tend to try to punch things and throw things and make them very aerodynamic or non-aerodynamic when they don't work, because when I know in my head that if I just plug these two things together, this should happen, and then it doesn't. If I do A and B, I should get C, but I don't. I tend to lose my temper. I have an awful, awful, awful Irish temper. But I suspect George will actually have quite a bit of fun. I kind of hope so. Because it's going to be a long, I fear it's going to be a long day. I really hope it isn't, but I fear that it's going to be a long day. But that's what we're doing. And you might think to yourself, well, you've been rambling on about this for 10 minutes. Why do I care? You know what? Maybe you don't. And that's cool. I'm perfectly fine with that if you don't. But what I promised you and what I've been promising you, what George has been promising you, what April was promising you from the beginning of this program, is that when we have the opportunity to improve it, when we feel we need to improve it in order to grow it and move forward, we will do that. And we've done it at our own expense with some donations along the way. So I am not rolling in cash over here. I told you I don't have health care. But I believe in what we do here. I believe in this program. I believe in what we're doing. And in order to further that and expand it and make it better, we have to redo this and make this room into a proper studio. And that's what we will be working on in 2 weeks. So we will not be with you on a Memorial Day weekend. That's 2 weeks from now, not next week. It's 2 weeks from now. We will not be with you. We will be here. We are obviously here now. Our guests should be here, I guess, anytime from now to around 8-ish. We will be here on the 23rd, which is 1 week from now. Surprise, surprise, I do not have a guest lined up for that quite yet. And then we will be off on Memorial Day. We will return with you on the 6th of June. So little update there. Hope that's cool with you. Hope you understand that. And I hope you can, give us a little bit of, show us a little love for trying to do what we promised we would do 267 227 9189, 267 227 9189, 267 227 9189. Let me get back to what Republicans did to themselves this week. It's the part of it that got the most attention, and that was the removal, the extrication of Liz Cheney from the House leadership of the Republicans. Mrs. Cheney was what they called the chair of the conference. McCarthy is the minority leader. There is a whip. Steve Scalise is the whip. Steve Scalise, by the way, is a Republican House member from Louisiana, who you may remember him as being the gentleman that was shot by just a nut job prior to the annual congressional softball game. When he ran for his seat, Mr. Scalise, he ran with the campaign slogan of "I'm David Duke without the baggage." You remember David Duke ran for president, ran for governor of Louisiana, and is a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. The current serving Republican House whip, the man who's in charge of gathering all the votes and keeping everyone in line and figure out how many votes there are for or against something. David Duke without the baggage. I suspect he's David Duke without the white robe and hood, but he's probably got them hidden in a closet somewhere. And Miss Cheney was what they call the chair of the conference, the number 3 person out of the Republicans in the House, if I'm not mistaken. I believe she's third in line, or at least she was. See, Liz Cheney's big sin in a Republican Party that has done nothing, a Republican corporation that is now based entirely on grievance, on anger, on conspiracy theory, on denying millions of people the vote, on gerrymandering. This Republican corporation, she had the audacity, he said sarcastically, the nerve to say out loud to the media in public that Joe Biden is the legally, duly, and cleanly, fairly elected president of the United States, and that everything that Donald Trump had to say about the election is a lie. That cost her her position. Truth. Because she told the truth, she was removed. Liz Cheney voted with the Trump regime on 96% of what they wanted. 96%. So who replaced Mrs. Cheney? And she's actually Dick Cheney's daughter. I say Mrs. because she is married, but she did not take the married name. She kept the Cheney name. She was replaced by Congresswoman Elise Stefanik from upstate New York. And here's the Miss Stephanik's rise shows the complete cowardice and shallowness of the Republicans. She was first elected in 2016 when Trump was installed. At the time she was running, she was a never Trumper. She was anti-Trump. But by 2018, she bent the knee and kissed the ring and became a ridiculous Trump sycophant. During the 4 years of the Trump regime, Mrs. Stefanik voted with the Trump policies only 77% of the time. But because she spent so much of her time in the media and in public and during congressional hearings, doing nothing but spewing whatever it is Trump was saying that week and blaming everyone in the world for whatever was bothering Trump that day, he considers her more of an asset than the daughter of the former vice president. So Cheney votes with Trump 96% of the time, but says you lied about the election. So we'll take the woman who says the election was stolen, but I only vote with you 77% of the time. If that does not show you that policy does not matter to Republicans anymore, I can't help you. I don't know how to explain it to you. It doesn't matter to them. Clearly, policy doesn't matter. Clearly, the politics does matter. Power matters. Money matters. But not policy. Again, Liz Cheney votes with the Trump regime 96% of the time, but actually had the honesty. I would say courage, but it shouldn't take courage. You should not take courage to be honest, to tell the truth. She votes with Trump 96% of the time and gets removed because she is honest enough, forthright enough to say, no, the election was not stolen. But at least Stefanik, I'll vote with you 3/4 of the time. I do not agree with you another quarter of the time, but I think you were robbed. This was a fake election. She moves right up the ladder. And if you don't think she made that political calculus, then you're missing something. She did this for no other reason than power and money. Now, as chair of the Republican conference, boy, her speaking fees just doubled, tripled maybe. PAC donations, campaign donations, probably through the roof. She might sit in that seat for another 30 years if she feels like it. Or run for the U.S. Senate against Chuck Schumer. Don't think that might not happen. I can't say it will. Don't think that that's not a possibility. And now she's going to be able to tap into all that money. All because she said, yep, the election was a big lie. You're the best, Donald. I don't agree with you 1/4 of the time, but yeah, you were robbed. This is a party with no policy, no vision, no leadership. Power and money. Power and money. That's it. Do they want to see? Again, I mentioned to one of our very kind callers earlier in the show, where is the Republican health care plan? We're all still waiting for that. Where is it? Well, there isn't one. And there's never going to be one. The Republican health care plan is destroying the Affordable Care Act and dramatically increasing profits for these companies while millions of people go without because they're expensive anyway. Sick people are expensive. I know I'm one of them. I'm getting a migraine now as I'm talking to you. So even if Mr. Demme shows up, I'm not sure how long we're going to go. I just have a gut feeling he's not. And that's not a personal thing. I just get a gut feeling. George, we are approaching the top of the hour. Hoping Mr. Demme will be here. I am not holding my breath. I gotta be blunt. What? Oh, let me click on the other thing. George, let me ask you. I certainly hope you're still sitting there.
Here.
If we go all the way back in the first hour to our caller from Portland, and first off, by the way, how cool is that?
That's very cool.
I'm very excited about that. I am unabashedly and perhaps unjustifiably very happy about that. You tell me. Let's go back to that caller while we see if Mr. Demme shows. And again, I'm not holding my breath. I'm giving him to like 8:15 because I'm getting a roaring headache. You got vaccinated. How was your experience? What happened?
My vaccination went well. I went to Pocono Speedway in Blakesley.
Well, that's you went there for the NASCAR race and the beer and the tailgating. I'm talking about your vaccination.
No, we're not talking about Lynn's driving. Now,
wow! Ooh, nice! Wow!
Now, because she can drive NASCAR, let me tell you.
Wow! Where's the dump button? Oh, wow! I should have hit the dump button for that. Oh, somebody's sleeping outside on the deck tonight. Okay, go ahead.
That's okay. I have a perfectly good shed to sleep in. Yeah, it went well. The first shot, I just had a little bit of soreness in the arm. I did ice before. I put like an ice pack on the arm. Lynn said that would alleviate a lot of the pain, and it did. I mean, I really didn't feel it, and I was like, and I asked the woman. I said, "Are you going to give me a shot?" And she goes, "You're done." And I was like, "Oh, okay." So that was the first shot. In 2 weeks, it went back. That was May.
Did you do the
4th? I did the Moderna.
You did too. Okay,
yeah, Moderna. Well, actually, we all did. It was me, Lynn, and her mom. But we stayed in the car the whole time. It was really nice. It was, you didn't have to get out. And the second shot, I felt extremely tired, like about 2 days later, and I had like really bad chills. I just couldn't get warm for anything.
What happened to me?
I was under like 4 blankets in bed, and I was like extremely fatigued, and I knew it was coming, but I was like, okay, but I just could not get. I mean, my hands were absolutely freezing, just really freezing. And then about 6 hours after that, I felt fine. I had a sore arm. That's about it. And that's fine.
See, that's what happened to me. I got the chills that night. I mean, it was unlike nearly anything I've ever experienced. Because it wasn't like a fever kind of chill. Like I wasn't sweating and freezing. all
Right.
at the same time. I was bone dry, but I was shaking so much.
Yeah.
I mean, just shaking. I couldn't stop shaking, and I was freezing. I could not get warm for anything. And then I couldn't sleep.
Yeah.
Because this happened like right in the middle of the night. But then almost almost as quickly as it came, it left. I think I was like that for a few hours, maybe 2 hours. Oh goodness, I got the yawn. So that must make a real happy visual. I got like it passed in a couple hours, I think. I couldn't sleep after that because then I got a migraine, but that's a whole different thing. I don't think that came from the shot, but yeah, that intense chill was really something very, very unique. And I simply could not and did not sweat even a little, no matter how many blankets I piled on top of myself. It's kind of odd. I mean, you should sweat at some point. Never happened.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was strange. I actually did get a message from Mr. Demme that he is running a bit late. Ugh.
Okay.
And should be logging in closer to 8:15.
Okay.
I have to say there's a tiny bit of me that wishes he wasn't, because this headache is coming. It's coming properly. What have you seen in the the neighbors and stuff around you as far as getting vaccinated? Is everyone? Is there a lot of resistance there? I am seeing in my driving, as part of this new job I drive all over the damn place, I'm seeing signs, the red and white campaign sized signs that say, know your rights and say no to mandatory vaccine.
Really? Okay.
Which I think is fascinating, because the COVID vaccine is not mandatory. It is yet just another lie coming out of the right. And to try to keep you good folks at home from getting vaccinated. Why would that be a thing? Why would Republicans not want me to get vaccinated? Well, here yet again is one of those policy positions, if you even want to call it that. I don't know when getting vaccinated against things like tuberculosis or polio or the measles became a policy position, but apparently getting vaccinated for COVID is a policy position.
The two alternatives are, well, herd immunity or herd stupidity. Those are the only two alternatives I can think, or like I actually take away from this.
Well, how do we fully restore, if we can ever fully restore, how do we get as close as possible to fully restoring the pre-pandemic economy? Everyone has to get vaccinated, and that herd immunity has to be reached. Well, if we fully restore this economy, who's going to get credit for it? The Times, the calendar, and his actions and the actions of his administration say President Biden gets credit for that.
Yes.
Republicans don't want that to happen. They don't want him to get credit for anything. They do not want him to have any victories. Do not want him to pass any policy. But if we can convince enough of a percentile of the people that we have hypnotized through our media machine, we never get to that herd immunity. The economy never fully opens up. Then we can blame Joe Biden. Now, to be fair, even that sounds like a bit of a conspiracy theory. But if anybody else has an idea as to why Republicans have now taken to fighting against people getting vaccinated, I'm happy to hear it. So my guess is you don't have one. There is no other explanation.
But the thing is, you'll recall that when the Biden administration, I guess when they were supposed to hint, take the peaceful transition of power, they were trying to find a plan that the Republicans had, and that that the Trump administration, I can't really call it an administration, but the Trump regime had.
Right. That's why
they had no plan. They it was like, it was just, okay, well, the states are gonna just have to do it on their own, and usually that governing comes from the White House, and there was nothing coming. Nothing, there was, it was all deflection. It was all blame. Oh, I blame this, I blame that. Okay, where's your health care plan? Well, here it is. I'm like,
well,
okay.
It's be cheap and die quickly. But
yeah,
we have actually said on this program before, the Trump regime's Operation Warp Speed, which cleared normal regulatory hurdles, poured billions and billions into creating these vaccines in cooperation with the private sector, not Pfizer, by the way. They did not take a dime. Worked. But you can't then have zero plan for distribution. And that's where the big failing comes in.
Here we are.
Look how formal that looks. That is proper. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me just reset the program for you. We are at 8:09 Eastern Time in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania here, coming to you from the Saucon Valley. And this is the Kennedy Effect for the 16th of May. We promised you a guest late into the program, and I am honored and grateful and thankful to say that he has arrived, because we weren't sure. And only because once you get into 8 o'clock on a Sunday night, lots of different things can happen. You can fall asleep. The ball game is on. The kids need to get ready for doing any different thing. A myriad of different things can happen to you on a Sunday evening. And I have to say, I thought that was going to happen. It has not happened. Our guest has arrived. So we welcome to the program Commissioner, correct? Is it Commissioner?
Supervisor.
Supervisor. Well, then supervise all you wish. Ethan Demme. And what I seem to misplace where I had put your municipality, and I was goofing that, which I am sorry for.
Yeah, so I'm in East Lampeter Township, which is, if you've come to beautiful Lancaster County, you've probably visited Dutch Wonderland, seen some outlet malls, some beautiful farmland. So yes, East Lampeter encompasses Bird in Hand, all of the Route 30 corridor, the Greenfield Business Park. So we're the Lancaster County's Main Street. If you're coming from Eastern Pennsylvania, coming into Lancaster, you drove through East Lampeter and past all of our beautiful shopping malls, and we're stuck in traffic.
How long have you been a supervisor?
I'm on my second term. They're 6-year terms, so I'm about 7.5 years in.
6-year terms?
Yeah. So
hell,
your terms are done for me.
You're a U.S. Senator. I will generally open to most guests with this very intentionally vague question in the hopes that you will answer it as is best comes to your brain. So I will do the same for you. Who is Ethan Demme, and how did you get here?
That is a loaded question. So I've done quite a few different things, but one of the things that I've been doing for a very long time is I've been in politics. So given that your program's more political, I'll keep sort of the focus there.
I want you to answer it however comes into your brain. It could be biographical, could be a story, could be once I actually had a guest say, because you asked me to be here. So I mean, who are you? How did you get here?
I would say probably a way to answer that would be I enjoy a challenge. So one of my hobbies is I like to climb big mountains in the winter with rope and an ice axe. So those are the types of things I do in my free time. It's a little dangerous, but yeah, I've climbed Mount Washington in the winter a couple times, done Mount Hood, done some of the 14ers. And to do things like that, you have to be a little crazy. So that's probably the best description if you were to summarize me, is I'm a little crazy, and I don't really back down from taking on an obstacle where there's a high failure rate. So I got involved in politics. But by day, I'm a dad. I'm a foster dad, so I've got 4 kids which got to sleep. So they're all up there, and hopefully they stay asleep.
If they don't, I think we'll all find out. I believe
so I've got 4 great kids right now in our home. 6, 5, and 3. And I'm married. My wife does. She keeps me sane. And by day, I run an education publishing company. So I'm in the education space. It's called Demme Learning. We sell primarily in the homeschool market, but also in the public, private, and charter schools. So that's sort of some of my background. And then I worked my first poll in 1996. I was 14 years old, helping out my dad, who was volunteering for a candidate then by the name of Joseph Pitts when he first ran for Congress in 1996. So since then, I've done a bunch of things, but in the political life, I worked some campaigns. I went to college, was the college Republican floor leader for my school. Then I got involved in blogging. This was this new thing back then. They didn't have Facebook when I was in college.
No.
So my background is in marketing.
They didn't have computers when I was in college. So we'll keep it all in perspective.
Yeah, we were using Zanga on the computer lab computers. These fancy laptops were new. So my claim to fame was I got involved as a blogger. I supported John McCain when he ran for president.
Both times?
Just the second time. So the first time, so I grew up in a sort of pretty conservative background. So the church I was raised in and my parents are pretty conservative. So I was at school in New Hampshire when I turned 18. So I voted in the New Hampshire primary in the year 2000, and I voted for George W. Bush. And I was the radical moderate at the time because all of my friends voted for Alan Keyes. Got involved in the McCain campaign.
Yeah. If anybody ever read P.T. Barnum's book, it was Alan Keyes.
He once crowd surfed off of a stage. He was an entertainer. So yeah, got involved in the McCain campaign. Once he won the primary, the party took over, and I walked in with a giant stack of email addresses. Here's people that took yard signs. Here's people that came to our meetup groups. Here's 2 functional websites, and they took it all and just because they had no working email system at the county Republican headquarters. So I got involved in the party, got fed up, ran for chairman, lost, ran again, won, became the youngest Republican Party chairman in history in Lancaster County. I was 29. And then I was there through the 11-12 cycle with Romney, and then got out of that, ran for supervisor, won that in a contested primary. Then I ran for the state Senate in 2016. So I was on the ballot in 2016 as a Republican. when this guy, Donald Trump, decided to descend via the escalator. So I'm in Lancaster County and the 13th senatorial district in a three-way primary, and no one was saying anything. So I decided to hold a Never Trump rally in the square of Lancaster County in 2016 while running for office. And I don't think I got any new votes because of doing that.
Didn't exactly make friends and influence people, as
No.
they would say. Not a Tony Robbins moment for you.
No. But hey, the Japanese news media sent over a crew and they interviewed us. So I'm like an 80s hair band. I'm really big in Japan right now.
I too have been interviewed by Japanese media, NHK. Yeah, they were in the house for quite a very interesting. Having graduated from broadcasting school, I know how these things work. But they were here for, oh goodness, I think they might have been here for 3 hours that day, and I think they took about 13 seconds of me, which I just found to be like, damn, guys. Like I knew I wasn't going to be the whole piece, but my goodness, you were here for 3 hours and in 13 seconds. I even got dressed, I put a tie on, everything. At the risk of going down a rabbit hole, because I do really want to ask you about your own, as much as you were willing to share, and you obviously are, you wouldn't have been kind enough to come here with me. And I hope, and I do want to say this before we forget, because we're probably just going to go to the top of the hour, and I hope that you will come back and see us again, that we could carry on the conversation. And remember, folks, it is no small measure that Mr. Demme comes to visit us, or that any that any guest comes. It's personal time. He just told you he has 4 kids, he's got a wife there, and he still took time out to come with us. And there's I guarantee you there's a laundry list of things that Supervisor Demme and I do not agree on, but one thing we do agree on, and I hope we agree on, or at least I sure as hell agree with him, is that I'm very grateful and I'm genuinely thankful that he took the time to come and talk with us and talk to you tonight. But before I get to January 6th, and I want to, and I hope, it's a broad question, but again, I kind of don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I do want to ask you, why are you a Republican? What makes you identify with the Republican Party? What is it, a specific policy position, series of policy positions, person, or because dad was, and that's what I just got? And that happens. It happens to a lot of people. I took on the New York Giants because my dad was a Giants fan, the football Giants, by the way, the American football Giants, by the way. But why do you consider yourself a Republican?
Well, I would say I'm a former Republican. So January 7th, I left the party for good,
which we're going to get to. I'm.
But so to answer your question, why did I become one or stay one? For most of all of my adult life, since I first could register to vote. I would say I am a classically liberal conservative in the old sense of the term. So some
like an Eisenhower Republican, perhaps?
Edmund Burke. So let's go back to the 1700s here. So Edmund Burke, just to put a quick spin on it, but Edmund Burke had a great series of debates with Thomas Paine back in the country's founding, and they disagreed over a couple things, and they agreed over a few things. Mm-hmm. They agreed that the American Revolution was a good idea, both of them, but they disagreed.
Place to start, by the way, good place to build some consensus that the nation should have been formed. Good place to start.
But at the time, Edmund Burke was in Parliament in England. Mm-hmm. And they disagreed, however, on the role of the French Revolution and whether the French Revolution should be successful. And therein was sort of the great debate, as Yuval Levin calls it. And that's sort of that fundamental piece. So I'm a conservative in the old school sense of you need checks and balances. Consolidated power is always bad. So anytime you get consolidated power, it will be abused. That's sort of my general ethos, if you will. And we need a system of checks and balances. We need strong local governments to keep a check on an out of control federal government. You need different branches. Fast forward, and you can say, all right, well, what leads you to the Republican side? And one of my personal heroes is also from Lancaster, and that's Thaddeus Stevens, one of the founders of the Republican Party. But back then, and he had formed the Radical Republicans. So that's sort of that first big split in the Republican Party. And the radicals, it wasn't radical in the sense of, hey, they're a bunch of crazy wingers. It was radical in that there's fundamental reforms that need to be changed now that can't just go along with slow incremental progress, which is sort of the normal conservative view, is slow incremental progress. And he said there's two things. There's universal suffrage. Everyone should be able to vote, and we should abolish slavery. This is a moral sin and stain on our country. So he fought for those two things, and it was a loose coalition. You had James Garfield in Ohio and others, and they ran Ulysses S. Grant, and they pushed for those things. And he was there fighting the battle during Reconstruction as well. But they achieved those two objectives, and the radicals sort of went by the wayside. But Thaddeus Stevens is sort of one of my old favorites of that. To me is what the Republican Party used to be, which is it was a broad coalition and they fought hard on different ideas. When Thaddeus Stevens was the Speaker of the House of Pennsylvania, they were about to vote on a bill which had enough votes to abolish free public education. And Thaddeus Stevens took to the floor, made an impassioned plea, and actually convinced people through talking on the floor of the House to change their votes, which I don't think has happened at all since then. But that's how it used to be. And Thaddeus Stevens was one of those guys.
I have said on this program many times before, there was a time that Democrats and Republicans wanted the same end point. The disagreement was in the path.
Correct.
Democrats were generally willing to move much quicker and through a more centralized or federal action. Republicans would like to move a little slower, try to work through the states, and even what has become, it's more of a newfangled term, I would assume you would agree, is the public-private partnership. But we wanted the same things. When did Republicans stop wanting the same things?
Well, there's been
in your opinion,
Nixon.
I would thank you. That's where I would have started too. It was Haldeman that said we couldn't arrest the hippies for protesting against the war, and we couldn't arrest blacks for being black, but we could arrest them for drugs. So we did, and created a whole new industry, the private prison industry.
So there was a shift when it's called the Nixon Southern Strategy. It's pretty well documented. But when Nixon sort of pivoted,
Reagan used it, Trump used it, Bush used it. They've all used it.
And it was we're gonna try to appeal to the disaffected Southern Democrat white voter. And in order to do that, we're going to use the guise of our decentralized states' rights in order to allow them to essentially keep doing what they're doing.
Jim Crow,
which we don't like, but we'll do it as long as we get elected. And there's been that element in the party for a very long time. And then you had fast forward a few years and you were what's the John Birch Society, which was just a little more of the same, which I made a fun story on that. I mean, William F. Buckley was the one, which I'm a Buckley fan, but he was back then. There was always that tension in the party, even from Nixon until the present, where it was we'll take their votes. We just don't want them to be prominent voices in the party. And every time they would try to become a prominent voice in the party, there was enough institutional control and party control to sort of push them out. Not far enough that they left, but far enough that they weren't allowed to have. But it was sort of a wink, wink. Stay put. But you'll be there. So even when I became chairman of the party in Lancaster County in 2011, I walked in, the doors were cleaning out offices, and there was an entire bookshelf full of dozens of John Birch Society books. And so we put them in a plastic bag and walked them out to the dumpster where they belonged. And that was the thing. But you had gone through dozens of chairs who have been in there, who have seen those books, who just went, we won't do anything about it. We're not going to. And if you ask any of them, they're good people, but they would say, well, we don't agree with it. But, someone donated them. We don't want to make them upset. So you've seen these tensions have always been there in the Republican Party, and it was one of can it be kept low and low to the ground. But once you become more decentralized and parties have functionally lost their power as polarization and 24-hour news cycles have taken over, Fox News is more important than a party anymore. And so this decentralization of party power has led to very strong individual actors as strong television networks, strong personalities, and strong political action committees, usually around a couple key donors. And that consolidation of power is what allowed for the rise of a Donald Trump. And they're not going away. People don't voluntarily leave power once they've tasted it.
Well, I read from an article that was tweeted to me during the program that 47% of self-identified Republicans, because I believe there are a lot more self-identified ones that actually believe what the party supposedly stands for, say that Republicans should rig the 2022 and 2024 elections. Is that the former party that you are fleeing from? Hair on fire.
I think you're seeing, I mean, that's the effect of polarization. And that's sort of my broadest, that's the biggest issue.
Is it just polarization, or is it polarization driven by a vast right-wing hate media machine? We've seen Rupert Murdoch do this to Australia. He did it to the UK. He has done it here. Are these policies? Are there wide? You and I are both in the Commonwealth. Are there wide, in the T, and you know what I mean, in the rural areas of the Commonwealth? Are these real policy positions, or is it crazy Uncle Joe at Thanksgiving staring at Fox and going, yeah, that sounds about right? Which is kind of the same as watching QVC and saying you need that kitchen device that you really don't need.
I think it's more in line with watching your favorite sports team, and say the Eagles are playing the Steelers, or a better example would be the Eagles are playing the Patriots. And I don't even know if they're in the same league. I don't watch football at all. But if you and you complain about, you get a bad call and it's like, oh, the refs are being paid off by the Patriots. So, and it's when you get all fired up in the game, and then afterwards you eat a few more wings. And then you talk to your friends and you're like, yeah, the game was rigged. It was rigged. They knew from the beginning. And then there's a couple media reports that come out that, oh, the Patriots were cheating. And then it's like, oh, see, but then you go about your day. Politics in America, in my opinion, has become like it's replaced sports in many ways. And it literally is a sport. People get just as fired up. My dad's a big football fan. He's yelled at the TV as long as I can remember, he's a big Steelers fan, and just yelling at the TV. But then afterwards, you go eat dinner. A lot of the folks in politics, the run-of-the-mill voters, treat it almost like a sport. And yes, they're like, oh, the game's rigged. The refs are paid off if they lose. And then it's if their team gets caught, it's like, well, everyone's cheating. It's like, you just got to do it better than the next guy. And you get all fired up during the election, and then you go eat dinner.
How does in your experience, even if this isn't something that you can answer from your own, you individually, your personal experience, in your chairmanship, in your work in the party, how does the average voter, that voter that we're talking about, perhaps the more sports voter, we don't watch the news and don't inform ourselves, it's either them or us, and that's kind of the end of it, let's have a beer. How do they justify, or if they bring this grievance to you, as they knew you were the party chair, and I'm going to go, how do they justify that the system is rigged against me, but we're the ones that have been in power for 4 decades?
Oh,
Or are you trying? Or are you saying, because I kind of feel this way too, that the disconnect, the lack of paying attention to any news, even if it is tilted news. There's the study. Oh goodness, I want to say it's Northwestern. I might get that wrong. George will probably Google it for me in the background. Of the study of the fact-based information of voters, that the most informed voters got their news from foreign sites, and they were the most informed. People who said that, or people who self-admitted, I'm getting it wrong. Please forgive me. I'm getting it wrong. People who said that they get their news from, they might get it from the internet, but they get it from certain sites, the Post, the Times, BBC, Guardian. They were the most informed, fact-based information. Those who self-admitted that they consumed no news whatsoever were less so. But the least fact-based informed were Fox viewers. So how does a person, in your opinion, you can't speak for all of them, I can't speak for all of them, somebody in the rural areas in a Tioga County, in Indiana County, Wyoming, Northumberland, somewhere like that, perhaps even somebody struggling to keep hold of the family farm. You have farms in Lancaster that have been passed down through literally through centuries. The system's rigged against me. They're screwing me. But you're the ones that have been in power predominantly for 4 decades and inside PA for at least 3. How does that square?
Well, those folks don't believe that they've been in power. I mean, they don't view the Republican Party with any love. That's why they love Donald Trump, who came in and said, you know, screw the party, I'm doing it my way. It's the folks who were just disaffected at all. I mean, Donald Trump won by pulling people who didn't typically vote in Republican primaries and got them out to vote. That was his entire strategy, and he won without a majority in any state that he won until he gained a clinch hold on the primary. And he did it with essentially non-typical voters, the ones who were disaffected and didn't believe that they were represented by the Republican Party and weren't in power. So it was the folks who had that inner anger. Now, once he took charge, rallied the base, then everyone coalesced and started bowing down to the new dear leader.
Bending the knee, as they say in Game of Thrones, bending the knee.
Bending the knee. But when you go talk, I mean, I've got friends who are farmers. I have a farm across the street. When you talk to your average farmer, yeah, they have no love lost for any institutional candidate who's been in office for a while. You talk to a farmer, and they're a struggling small dairy farmer in Lancaster County is completely pissed off at the Republicans because they want to give tax breaks to the big industrial farms. And then they're mad at the Democrats because there's a bunch of environmental regulations that the big industrial farms are fine with excessive regulation because it squelches out all competition coming up from below. Mm-hmm. So the small little farmer has excessive regulation for them that the big guys can afford, sure that they do just fine with. And then they go to the Republicans. Republicans are fine with the consolidated power base because that's where the money is. There's not a lot of donations coming from small 100 herd dairy farmers.
True.
And these folks know the issues. Like I had a phone call 2 months ago with a dairy farmer who got out of the dairy business, and he's a registered independent, and he's had it with both parties, and he's been fighting against sort of the machine politics and machine farming for a very long time.
Let's get
in many ways, I'd almost say that some of those folks are a little more clear-eyed than everyone else.
I think they can be. Sadly, I think to a greater extent than not, they're reacting on what they're told to react to rather than thinking about what they're told and then reacting. You know, the one example, because there's not a lot, I got to be blunt, there's not a hell of a lot that I actually agreed with Trump on was tariffs. Tariffs funded the entire federal government up to 1930, tariffs and import taxes. Then again, he put a cartridge in a shotgun and did it in a buckshot sort of way, or literally would be told about a container ship coming across the ocean and say, well, I'm going to slap 25% on that. And it didn't matter what was in it. but tariffs work. If we back to Hamilton's principles, I'm forgetting the name. Actually, I have it on a. I'll have it. It's principles of report on manufacturers. His original 13 principles for building an industrial society, based, by the way, on the UK and the name is escaping me. I must be getting tired. The British East India Company, and based on tariffs, and
but that was a different.
That's how you build. It's how you build and create a domestic industrial base. Is you protect what you have, you create what you don't, and you protect what you do from. And South Korea became one of the largest industrial powers in a very, very short amount of time, basically since it was the military coup in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. But that said, I agree with him on that too. But I think the rest of it is just, I mean, the way he did it obviously didn't work. But I thought at least the sentiment was correct, because we did this before. It's how we built it. It's how we built the country before. But let us
use the emergency powers authorization to do it. I mean,
look, he circumvented
the law. At all.
Oh, totally. He circumvented the law to do it. But the fact that members of both parties were apoplectic about, what do you mean tariffs? Well, we had this before and they worked. They worked just fine. The rest of the world, by the way, still does have them. The average tariff in South Korea is 35%. We have a 2% tariff. We're the only idiots that got rid of our tariffs. And we shipped our industrial base overseas.
We have targeted tariffs based off of treaties, which is a completely different system. But yeah, and I heard that similar thing. I was working the polls in 2016 as you get towards the fall, after I lost in the primary, and there was Democrats who were saying the exact same thing. They were big Bernie Sanders supporters, and they said, you know what? But if Bernie doesn't get in, I'm voting for Trump.
And
these were educated school teachers, yes. Democrats, and they loved on the tariff thing. Now, I'm on the other side of it. I don't think tariffs work. They work as part of a negotiated treaty, and you should have strong negotiated multilateral treaties, which Donald Trump couldn't figure out how to do a multilat to save his life.
Even though he was a deal maker.
He can only do bilats.
Let's go to January 6th, because I don't want to keep you. I could probably talk to you until midnight. I'm not going to do that. We do have airtime. That we have ability to stay until 10. We usually don't. And I don't want to keep you too past 9. I have a feeling that we'll be in the middle of an answer right when 9 p.m. comes. So I'm not going to do that. And I'm going to, again, it'll already be the second time since you've been here that I hope we can find a time that you can come back from an earlier bit in the program and we can have more of an extended conversation. Let's go to January 6th. Very much like Pearl Harbor, 9/11, or the Hindenburg, where were you and what were you doing?
So I was actually meeting with a friend of mine to smoke a cigar in my garage. And this fellow was also a Republican committee person at the time. He was, and I was like, we're not gonna have much conversation. So I turned on, I had my computer up in my workshop, and I started watching, and I was incensed. Like I was losing. I was like, this is the worst thing that I've seen in my lifetime. I mean, this is fundamentally attacking the foundations of our country. And he was getting a little uncomfortable. Finally he left, and I walked into my wife and I was like, I'm out. Like this. I've been talking to folks, and I've been a disaffected Republican for 5 years before that, but thought, all right, maybe we can save the institution, and enough good people are left that can keep it back. But it was the buildup since November that started, and it started before November. I mean, yeah. It started in 2016. Donald Trump was signaling already that if he lost, it was rigged. I mean, that messaging was there on the campaign trail in 2016. He was ready to do this then. And everything since then, he has not backed down from that one bit, that the only way he loses is if it's rigged.
That might be, I might be reiterating a question that I've asked you in a different manner, but if I'm one of these, I mean, I would almost dare say drones, how could it be both? How could it be rigged if I lose, but it's perfectly okay if I win? How can it be both?
because to go back to your previous statement as well, people don't make decisions and form opinions based on fact. Even the folks who say that they do really don't. Most solid 90+% of people, we have a general set of feelings and a cultural influence and a lot of bias, and then we find the facts that match that. And some folks are better at it than others, and then we reverse engineer those facts. There's very little actual fact-based things. I mean, you have some folks who can build with a growth mindset, and that's a different way of, but even that is not purely fact-based. It's more about developing empathy for people of differing opinions. But that's a whole nother side rabbit trail. But so you can easily point out things that are illogical in any behavior of most people. People would do illogical things all the time. And yeah, it's not logical, and it's tribal.
So you have the TV on, you're watching. Oh, let me ask you a quick question after the hearings this week. Did that look like a normal tourist tour to you?
No.
Okay, cool. I'm glad that we can agree on that. It's a good place to start, good foundation, good place to start. So you're watching the TV, you're seeing this, like, I don't want to say exactly like you pulled open your shirt, there was a red and white R there, and you sprung into action. But were you just frozen, fascinated? Did you literally turn to your fellow committeeman and say, I'm done now. This has to stop. We're done now. And then he either agreed or didn't agree, and he could speak for himself. I don't, but I mean, do you then start to not have an argument, but I mean, do you look at him and like, look, we have to walk away from this? And maybe he says, no, really, and it, or do you sit in a chair with your mouth open? I mean, what?
I was more.
I'm not trying to harp on it necessarily, but I'm it's like watching. I watched the TV on 9/11. I couldn't move from it. I was working and I was listening to MSNBC as it was going on, and
I was pacing the room and doing a good bit of cursing.
Okay, yeah. So then you decide then, like, that's it. I'm washing my hands of this. This isn't the party I've been a part of for my entire adult life. Like, what do you decide to do then? What's the next action? You pen your letter, or you start making phone calls, or what's next?
Started checking in with other folks. I mean, since the election in November, I had already been meeting with multiple folks, and we were trying to figure out there was a group of us starting even back in September that were talking and saying, all right, Trump loses, he loses badly. It's a landslide. There's enough sort of quiet folks and us vocal folks that we can mount and try to kick out the Trumpers, do the old, William F. Buckley and kick out the John Birchers. And we were in conversations. There's some conference calls going around in the state, and there's a bunch of federal folks talking as well. And then the election happens, and I'm there the next day. I have a close friend over, and he was part of this group, and I just looked at him and I said, yeah, Joe Biden just got the most votes of anyone in American history, and Donald Trump just got the second highest vote count of anyone in American history, even Obama. I said, he ain't going anywhere, and he's running again. So now what do we do? So we were already having this conversation, and then the stop the steal lie starts to come out, and the lies start to come from the White House initially, and then there's just no pushback. Everyone just is keeping quiet because, hey, we just have to keep them there to turn out the base so that we can win Georgia. There's always one more thing, like, oh, we'll grow a spine after we get this one thing. And at the end of the day, there's no spine there to grow. And that's pretty much sort of what, so it was this one step of Trump says something crazy, Republicans ignore it, go along with it. So the bootlickers go along with it, and they rah around it. And then there's the folks who just give like, well, we're going to sign a letter. we may say we're going to vote against it, but we're going to generally be moderate. Then there's folks who are just like, we're just going to try to keep quiet and hope it goes away. And at the end of the day, more and more of elected folks that I've known for years just kept dropping and dropping and signing on to bills in the state house in Pennsylvania, signing on to letters, amicus briefs. And it was like, at the end of it, 90% of the folks in Lancaster and Pennsylvania who are elected Republicans went along with it. There's a few key folks who kept fighting the good fight. And that's sort of like when you're talking one-on-one with people, that's how I would talk with people. I use personal stories of, hey, look, I've worked polls. I've been inside the polls. I know how the system works. You pick them up, you drive them to the farm and home center. Here's the people that counts it. They're your neighbors. And they're like, well, what about Philadelphia? I was like, so Al Schmidt is a Republican, and I've known Al for a very long time. You can trust Al. Like, I have his phone number. We were texting of like, it's like, I don't know him super well, but we were playing an online, game. And it's like, Al Schmidt's not, in with Dominion, to take over the election. He's just a regular guy with kids, and he's getting death threats at his house right now. So he went on TV, and then you watched, the folks in Georgia, the few standing strong saying, look, this is nuts. And they just kept getting roundly kicked out, booed, death threats. It got, so the build up to that day there was a lot of conversations going on prior to that. And that was the final straw that broke the camel back, where I would say you had the camel's back was about to get broken, and one more straw would have done it. And instead, a ton of bricks fell on it. That might be a better analogy. That's when I got in touch with some of my other supervisors, checked around, and two of them had similar feelings. And so we issued a joint statement. And so East Lampeter Township is currently run by 3 independents and 2 Republicans. So we're the only majority controlled independent political body of elected officials in Pennsylvania that I'm aware of for a very, very long time.
I don't think it takes a lot of imagination to figure out what the reaction to what was a well-considered personal choice. It's not like you just flew off the handle, and willy-nilly made this decision. It's clearly considered. I think it's probably very easy to determine what the insider view of that was. What about folks on the street who know you? You issue the statement, it comes out, you get a good bit of press coverage. A proper bit of press coverage. So as you're walking down the street, people recognize you. What do you get from them? Or they say, I voted for you and now you're not what I voted for, or hey, that was gutsy, or can you explain it to me? Or was there a lot of all of that? Was it all over the spectrum? What was the voters' reaction? We know what the party thinks, but what was the voters' reaction?
It was pretty interesting. I was expecting a lot more vitriol on it. There was a couple nasty grams. You got a couple pieces of hate mail, an email saying you got to check the records in Italy, and they're flying, ballots in by boat from Asia into Maine. So the craziest of the crazy got a few sort of nasty grams, but really less than half a dozen, honestly. There was the comment thread, but never read the comments thread. But when you talk to your average voter, I would say across the board, everyone understood it. You had the sort of my Democrat friends who were sort of, yay, finally someone saying something. You had sort of a lot of the independent folks saying, what took you so long? And then you had a lot of the party folks say, I agree with you, but we're going to still stay and fight and do what we can inside. So a lot of folks on the inside, some of the sort of party folks, issue their nasty statements and do the personal attacks and things like that. But that's just sort of comes with the territory when you stick your neck out. But overall, I would say 90% of the emails, I got handwritten letters, were all extremely positive. People thanking me, people saying that they changed their registration that day too, or hey, they read the joint statement by me and my two other supervisors, and they said, thank you, we changed our registration because of that. So I think that was a big day for a lot of people to reevaluate. But yeah, I was actually surprised that, and to my face, I've yet to have anyone, say anything negative to my face. That might be because I'm 6'3" and not a small person.
And ginge. Never piss off a ginge. Never. It's not good for your health. What do folks, even though they gave you almost exclusively, really, a very good reaction, do you think most people understand just how close we got to quite literally the end of the American experiment on the 6th? Because one thing that came out from the hearing this week, I spoke about it earlier in the program, that I thought was fascinating, but yet something that we probably all could have and should have figured out, was this bit of timeline that Acting Secretary Miller instructed the DC guard, and told guards from other states, by the way, there will be no intervention, period. That's it. The Capitol Police will handle it, and that's it. And if they ask you for help, you cannot go without express written consent from me. And it was really only after national media outlets began to report that the ballot box was safe, Speaker Pelosi was safe and secure, and then VP Pence was safe and secure. Then Miller relented and said, fine, go. Does anyone, it appears to me, this one's partial opinion. The timeline is factual. This part is my opinion. The goal was to decapitate the constitutional power structure, was to the succession, was to decapitate the succession of power within the Constitution, that if the president dies of VP, if the VP passes the speaker, and down the line. Do you think the folks that you've been in contact with, whether they gave you a good, good feedback or not, you think people generally understand just how close we came to the end of the American experiment?
I mean, I would say we came pretty stinking close, closer than I've ever seen and hope to ever see again. Yeah, I don't think most people see how close it was. I think the saving grace is Donald Trump is actually not very good at it.
Much of anything.
I think there was a clear intent on his part to stop the actual votes from happening and the electoral process taking place. He just sucked at it. So the scary part, and this is where it shows, I would say, a significant crack in our democratic process, is someone else could follow the same path, but do it better. And it shows that it is doable. And that was sort of the big eye opener to me, was looking at that and saying, you know what, our institutions aren't as strong. Like they held, thankfully they held, but barely.
And we did get right to the brink.
And we're seeing the cracks in them, and we're seeing the forces against those institutions haven't gone away. And if anything, they're actually getting a little stronger. So to me, it becomes one of, and that's where what Liz Cheney's been talking about, and her getting kicked out is really pushing that to say, you know what, we can disagree on a whole bunch of policy, guys. She's not a fan of Joe Biden and his administration and what they're doing. I'm not a huge fan. I think he's relatively competent at this point. I could quibble anyone's policy, the finer points, but fundamentally the biggest thing that I think we should all be leaning into, and I think Liz Cheney is right, which is we need to strengthen the fundamentals of our institutions of democracy. And that's something that the left, the right, the far left, the far right, the center, that's what we need to be focused on. And then it comes down to what kind of reforms and changes do we need to make to strengthen those institutions to make it easier to vote, not harder to vote, to make it so that people can trust their vote and track it in real time. So there's a lot of things that I think there's a lot of work to be done. And that's where there should be a big focus, which is strengthening those institutions that keep America functioning.
Isn't that kind of part of the point, is that the far right doesn't want to strengthen these institutions? They want to tear them apart. When there's no platform left other than power and money, the one thing that stands in the way of that is government. I've always found it ironic, at a minimum ironic, and it's a question that too many from center right out have not been able to answer, is why does a group of people want to control an institution that they don't want to exist?
Well, all people want power. It's in our nature to want power, and then the more you concentrate that power, the more it will be abused. So you can climb the institutional ladder to get power. Once you get the reins and you have the ability, and now you realize that the institution is actually what's holding you back from doing more, you quickly turn on the institution. So I would say it's in human nature. I always say I'm against big government, big business, and big labor, but I love small labor, small business, and small government, mainly because they're ineffective. Like, so they're inefficient mechanisms, but they're human mechanisms, and humans are by nature inefficient. And by keeping us inefficient, that's the best way to keep everyone happy.
How close do you believe that we still are to the end of this republic? Did we back away that much from the 6th of January? Or are we're maybe not right at the river's edge? Close enough.
I think we took a few steps back. There's a good number of cooler heads that did sort of prevail and step up. And in the immediate aftermath, a whole bunch of people grew spines for about 3 days until they started polling their home districts.
Right.
I think it's going to take, I told someone, I said, it's a solid, 10 to 20 years before we know whether it's broken or it's fixable.
Is this a Moses in the desert kind of thing? It took, they wandered for 40 years when the generation that defiled God died off, and then they were allowed to enter the promised land. Are we looking at Republicans wandering the desert for 40 years? I mean, if not,
take back the House in the midterms,
years, but you know what I mean. What's that?
They're going to take back the House in the midterms, and then we're going to battle it out in 24.
Yeah, but who's going to take back the House in the midterms? Isn't that exactly the point? Who's going to take back the House in the midterms? Elise Stefanik, Jim Jordan, Louis Gohmert, or Adam Kinzinger? Who's going to take back the House?
And that's the battle that's going to be there.
And if they take it back, then what?
Then it shifts the battle 2 more years down.
That's exactly my point. And we all do this. There's always an election, especially in this bloody Commonwealth with the odd year elections. There's always a freaking election. But as someone who's grounded in the policy positions that you are, of course we're going to take back the House. It's the goal. That's what we do. But I think that might just be the big question, is who's taking it? Kevin McCarthy?
Well, my hope is that we get a couple independents elected into Congress. And it's one of, when you have a pitched battle on both sides and you've got razor thin majorities in the state house, and this applies in Pennsylvania as well as federally, you need like 3 to 6 independents to form a nucleus in the middle. You're seeing it right now in the Senate. You've got Joe Manchin, whether you like him or not, and you've got Susan Collins, you've got Murkowski, you've got Romney. You say, all right, you got a few Democrats and Republicans that are saying, look, we're holding the center for the purpose of the institution, and the firebrands on both sides are screaming vitriol at them, but they huddle up and they say, we're going to lock arms and just hold. That's what we need in the House. But the House is harder to do that unless you actually run candidates who are non-affiliated with any major party. You got a lot of negotiating room.
The House Republican whip, Steve Scalise, ran as David Duke without the baggage. Where do you go from that point? I mean, I don't know where you go. I don't know where you go from that point.
Well, we have too many seats. The way we've been gerrymandered to this point is there's so many seats that are either strong Republican or strong Democrat, and a lot of times no one even runs. Like, people are running unopposed, and then that drops to the state house level in Pennsylvania. It's the exact same thing. 60% last cycle of state house seats were unopposed in the general. No Republican was running against a Democrat, no Democrat against a Republican. And that was actually a decrease from like 70% 2 years before that. So you have these, but these are seats that are, 54, points Republican or 54 points Democrat. These aren't super majority seats. There are some seats in the middle where, in my opinion, a strong independent running against either major party could potentially pick up a few seats and restore some sanity into the process and force people to actually sit down and talk. We've got folks running around trying to book the next, CNN or Fox News interview, and they're not actually hanging out and talking. And it's really hard to call someone a crazy person and yell at them when you're looking at them face to face. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene can do it to AOC, but most normal people don't scream at each other in the hallway.
Normal might be the operative phrase there. Someone who I believe is a mutual friend of ours puts a really awesome message in the comments section. I want to read it. John Pedora says, Ethan, thanks for having a soul. Primary Congressman Smucker. We need him out. So in case you're not doing anything next year, there's a suggestion from John.
There are folks who are interested in doing that. And I'm talking to them right now. I've got 4 kids under the age of 6. So I have no intention of commuting to DC.
Gotcha.
Commuting to Harrisburg.
And you'd like to stay married. So
exactly.
What happened to Liz Cheney this week? She voted 96% of the time during the Trump years with what the regime wanted. Elise Stefanik ran in 2016 as a never Trumper, and only after 18 seemed to drink the Kool-Aid, and still only voted in that 4-year period 77% of the time. But yet she's the one that emerges. Cheney gets kicked out because she says the one truth of, we have a legitimately elected president and no, the election wasn't stolen. What does that say about the role or the importance or any remaining importance of policy inside the group that continues to call itself Republican? It says to me that there is no role for policy whatsoever. It's just power and money.
There's 40 votes for policy in the House because Chip Roy got them. So there's a small minority that is standing up for some policy because, if you're, a center right Republican or you look at Elise Stefanik and that's what you call a rhino. But too often rhino is just people you don't like who belong to your party. I mean, the big thing that this showed me was, and Liz Cheney made the point very clearly, was the House leader was the one who gave Trump back his power because he knew he needed it to stay in to retain the gavel. And it was a very short-term goal. Kevin McCarthy could have chosen not to go to Mar-a-Lago, but he did. He went there, kissed the ring, and gave the power back. And then people started to listen because they were looking at their internal polling saying, we can't raise money. We're not going to turn out the votes if we don't have Donald Trump firing up and getting rallies out. And that might get him a win. He might get the speaker's gavel back, but it's not going to go much beyond that. And then when Donald Trump signaled, he's like, I support Elise Stefanik, boom, 120 votes in the Republican caucus immediately went to her. Chip Roy made an impassioned plea for policy and sanity, and he has the conservative record to back it up. But he barely walked away, and even afterwards, he's tweeting niceties to Elise Stefanik because it's a game down there. Yeah, and so those are the folks that I would say bear more of the blame, because you've got, if they're the ones saying that the election was stolen, and then they're the ones afterwards saying, oh, well, Biden's the president, but we're still going down and we love Donald Trump, but Donald Trump's still saying it's stolen. For the folks who have been conditioned to believe what the Republican leader tells them as being truthful, they're being betrayed right now by those lies, and no one's standing it up and to those lies and saying, no, this is factually incorrect. Other than Mitt Romney, who was my write-in vote for president because he was the only Republican with a spine who voted for impeachment the first time.
Yeah. I said I wouldn't keep you much past 7. It's 9:07. I'm looking at the 7 saying it's 7 past 9 o'clock. I will ask you one last question, and I will again make an impassioned plea that I hope you will come back again when we can have more time. You have that many small kids. There's not there. I wouldn't say when you have free time because there isn't any, but I hope that
they're
you
asleep, I have free time. That's it.
I hope that you can come back a different time on another time, and come to us from the beginning of the program so we can have a more extended chat. But let me ask you about the SAM movement, the Serve America movement, which you have become a part of. I want to give the audience a chance to hear a little bit about it. And again, hopefully you can come back at a time where we can have more hours to really deep dive into some of these things. Tell me about the Save America movement.
Sure. So I've been involved even starting in 2016. I've got friends in multiple third parties. Guy who runs the Constitution Party is from Lancaster. He's an old family friend. The 2016, I attended the Libertarian National Convention in Orlando just to see how much organizational structure there was. Like, what's the institutional capacity to handle any kind of growth here? Spoiler alert, not much.
It's always what I tell everybody too. It's the paper tiger.
Yeah, and then you've got the Green Party, which I'm not going to agree with on most national policy, but local policy, there's a lot I like there. But again, very policy focused. And then you have some new kids on the block, the American Solidarity Party, which I like a lot of what they talk about. But again, not to throw these folks under the bus, good people, but they're really aggressively focused on policy and they don't win races. So I was looking for something that said, all right, the way to form a broad coalition is to actually have a broad coalition. The big tent that Democrats and Republicans in Pennsylvania used to have. I mean, Bob Casey Sr. and Tom Ridge. That's that big tent. That's how you win in Pennsylvania is you need broad coalitions from various rural and urban areas. So I was looking at starting my own thing in Pennsylvania, and we were going to be focused non-ideologically, but on a bunch of reform things, things that I've been fighting for within the party for a while. I was the vocal minority, which is we should have more people voting, not less, and try to persuade them that our way is the better way. We should actually have gerrymandering reform. We should make it easier for people to get on the ballot, give people competition and choices at the ballot place. We look at Iraq and we say when the voting number gets down to 40% turnout, democracy is failing in the Middle East. Well, we're about to have an election on Tuesday where if we break 10%, we'll be happy. But around here, all the elected officials pat themselves on the back and say, well, people must like what we're doing. No, people don't think their vote matters at all at local races. And that's where your vote matters the most. So I got involved, got connected with the SAM folks because they were doing the same thing at the national level. They said, all right, we need a big tent. We need to be non-ideologically based. Let the local candidates set the policy position as long as they agree on some basic key principles. We need transparency, full accountability, and competition. You should have, if you're raising money, people should know where the money comes from. You shouldn't be using dark money in races. You should have a process for actually debating the ideas, listening to people, defining the problem, talking to different folks, and actually finding solutions. And then looking at those basic reform things that say, hey, we need, whether it's top 4 or 5 primaries, open primaries in Pennsylvania is a big one. Let independents vote. We should have term limits on elected offices. We should repeal. We have a sore loser law in Pennsylvania where if you run in a major party and you lose, you're ineligible to run as a third party candidate later that year. Why is that? It's to keep the two powers having as much control as possible. So I started talking with them. David Jolly is the executive chairman. He's a former congressman. He saw the problems. He's actually written a book on some of the problems with partisanship. And I bought the book. So like, all right, this is one of those, it's a fluff book. There's some detailed research with large amounts of footnotes. I learned something from this book, so it's worth checking out. But it's not an easy read. So he's building the movement. They're active in a couple states. They'll be rolling out a few more states in June after our primary. And so we're actively trying to build a base that's going to say, all right, can we run some candidates in 2022? So right now we're actively recruiting candidates. We're going to be doing candidate training. So I don't care if you're a Green Party, Libertarian, American Solidarity Party, or Constitution Party, or just Joe Blow who wants to run against your state rep because no one's running against him. And he's been in there for 30 years. We want to offer free training to help you get on the ballot. And if you happen to align with some of our major reform initiatives, then we'll back you. So that's what we're doing, because if you're a student of history, independent candidates don't win in Pennsylvania. They've never won in Pennsylvania. But we need to fight that fight. A good third party is like a bee. It's only effective if it stings you and then it dies. It either dies and something new takes its place, or one of the major parties finally adapts and says, all right, we need these voters, and shifts back. So whether the Democrats shift or Republicans shift, or a new third party jumps in and fills the void, I'm happy with any 3 of those outcomes.
The SAM movement has been, I think, very oversimplistically labeled as the disaffected Republicans. Would you agree that that's a bit, or even a lot oversimplistic?
Right now, the focus is that, because there's a bunch of new folks that tend to be the disaffected Republicans. SAM's actually been around prior to this. They've been around for several years. They have disaffected Democrats as well. But right now, it's the party in power. I would say I've had lots of conversations with disaffected Democrats, but right now they're saying, we're going to wait and see how this Biden thing works out. And if he delivers on some of our key issues, we'll stick with him. But if he doesn't, we'll give it a year. We're ready to jump ship too. So the party in power built the biggest coalition. Joe Biden built the biggest coalition we've had since FDR in American politics. Can he hold it together is the question. I'm not super optimistic that coalition is going to hold together. So right now, some of the new kids on the block are us disaffected Republicans, but there are a good number of disaffected Democrats. They just haven't jumped ship yet. They've got their life jacket on, and they're waiting at the railing going, yeah, we're going to see how this goes for another 12 months.
Does ranked choice voting give you the opening you need?
Ranked choice voting would. 2 openings that we have in Pennsylvania.
Do you advocate for it?
Yes, I think it's a great idea.
Is it the closest thing that we're going to get to representational, proportional representation? Not necessarily a parliamentary system, but more representational or proportional representation? Or do we need that type of structural change, proportional representation? If Sam gets 15% of the vote, then they get 15% of the reps.
You'd have to do some significant election code revisions to get to there from here. So Pittsburgh.
So is ranked choice the bridged or the first step to that?
First step is you need about 6 independent folks in any major body. And then you have a coalition, and it's not just elected folks within that. Sam is also a caucus style. So Sam endorses Democrats that align with them on reform issues and Republicans. If you look at Connecticut, they've had some wins there where if there's a good candidate who aligns with them on reform issues, they'll back them. regardless of major party. So essentially, you could have a Sam caucus in the Democratic Party, a Sam caucus in the Republican Party, and a few Sam candidates. That's how you start to force the conversation at the state level to say, all right, let's tweak the code, because the entire election code right now is built for two systems, both in Pennsylvania and federally.
Oh yeah.
And that's a 50-year changeover to make it easier. But the first step is to get more independents elected. And if you look at the broad scope, there's more independents elected into office right now in the country than there have been in the last 50 years. Now, you're still at a really, really small percentage, but there's a lot more appetite. The amount of folks who are non-affiliated with any major party is the highest level it's ever been. So the opening's there, but it's going to be a battle. I don't think it's all unicorns and roses to win an independent state house seat.
And I don't think it's unicorn and roses for some Democratic candidates that I either work for, with, or support. It's not unicorns and roses for them either. What is the best way for folks to follow what you are doing, or what Sam is doing, or the initiatives that you are trying to champion?
So go to joinsam.org, and you can also follow me on Twitter, twitter.com/Ethan Demme, one word, or as they say, just Google me. It's not that I'm good at search engine optimization. I'm just the only Ethan Demme that exists on the internet.
You're going to be the first one that pops up.
Yep.
Listen, I will not keep you any longer. You have a family. It's a work night. I got to go to bed too. I'll be up at 5. I'm sure you're getting up as well. I skipped dinner for some dumb reason. Now I have a headache. And staring at the screen probably doesn't help either. And studio lights and a lot of fun stuff. I told you 100 times. I will tell you 100 more times that I am immensely grateful that you came here on a Sunday evening on what is still traditionally family time, or majority family time. I don't know how many traditions remain in this country sometimes, but I'm immensely grateful that you came here. And I do sincerely hope that there will be a Sunday, or maybe we'll do a special episode during the week or something, or maybe summer will be a bit easier. Well, none of your kids are old enough for school. No, 6. You have two in school. Maybe summer will somehow loosen something up that we can attempt to reconvene and get into the deeper, drill down a little deeper on some of these things. We never scratched the New Deal or Reaganomics or marginal tax rates or cap gains or any
zoning
of that
reform.
Stuff. Or zoning reform.
3 hours on zoning reform.
No, honestly. Well, listen, it's there's a lot of development all across the Commonwealth. I'm living in Lehigh Valley. If there's a square inch, somebody's going to try and build luxury apartments on top of it. I get it. And all rental, by the way, too, because God knows we can't own anything anymore in this country. But
we talk about chickens in your front yard, gardens in your front yard, accessory dwelling units, tiny houses, all that stuff.
I mean, in fact, there's a big tiny home proposal in Allentown right now that's being pushed by a slate of council candidates. But yeah, I hope that I do, and I mean this truly, sincerely. I'm grateful that you came here. I really, really am. You talked about supporting small. This is small and organic, this program. It's grown quite a lot, but it's sunshine and water does that. And I hope you will come back, that we could have a deeper discussion. And if you would, if I break the fourth wall here a little bit, if you would be so kind as to text me an email address. There's an invite for an event that I'm hosting with Kristen next week that you might want to join in on. It's in the middle of the day. It'll probably be very tough, but at least you'll know. At least you'll have the invite, and then maybe you can watch the recording if you can't be there live. So,
all right.
Thanks for having me. Thank you, and please come back. Fun. Please come back. I really mean it. I honestly mean it. I think these are important discussions. My last name's right on the screen. I came out of the womb this way. And I know that we have stuff that we don't agree on, but it's these discussions, calm, respectful, toned discussions, that are going to rebuild and fix a lot of the things that we both want to see fixed. You can't have a democracy with one party, and there's only one functioning party right now. And that's not, and even though that it's mine, my party's not perfect, not by a long shot, but we're the only ones that are functional at the moment. And at the end of the day, that's not good for democracy. We need at least one more functioning party. I think we need several. And it forces the other parties to get their, you know what, together when there's 1, 2, 3 others. So if you can't work it out, we'll work it out for you. And it's good for democracy. So thank you so much. I'm rambling, but thank you so much for being here. Please come back. You are always, always welcome here.
Well, I appreciate it. Had a great time tonight. Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you so much. Folks, it's going to do it for us for this week. That was a long one. And I did too much of the talking. We did have 3 phone calls. I love it. We had 3 phone calls. Still not enough. I want to fill 4 hours with phone calls, maybe 3.5, maybe a half hour of a monologue, and then 3.5 hours of your calls. That's what we're trying to get to. We want this program to be 5 days a week, a proper, regular, daily, progressive talk show. We need your help to do it. You're already helping by being there. You're already helping by listening and being part of this family, whether it is at 101.net or any one of the places that we share on Facebook, or even if you go back later in the week and watch the recorded version at YouTube or Instagram, wherever. If you follow me on TikTok, if you follow me on Twitter, whatever it is, if you're part of the family, that's why we're here. But we want you to continue to engage with the program. Comments in the chat, phone calls, tweets, everything. Interactive, progressive talk. That's the Kennedy Effect. That's us. It's 9:23. It's a bit of an odd time to sign off, but we're going to sign off because my head is pounding and I'm going to have to go to bed at some point. So we're going to say good night for now. So let me just say, for Kristen, for associate technical producer Lynn Dare, for technical producer George Dare, and my dear friend, and of course for the woman who got us all started, April Riddick, to DJ Earl and DJ Lex at hot101.net, and everyone that is associated with the Kennedy Effect. I thank you very, very much for being here, and we hope to see you, and we are counting on seeing you and hearing from you again next week. We will return 1 week from tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern. That is the, why can't I do this in my head? 16 and 7 is 23. We will return on May 23rd. Now I got to look at a calendar, make sure I know what I'm talking about. I do. It's 23rd. We look forward to seeing you again on May 23rd from 5 p.m. Eastern time, when we return with another live edition of the Kennedy Effect. Until then, please remember the Facebook page, That Other Side of Information. We are now over 800 members. Make it 1,000. Come see us, join the page, follow the news that we post all week long. If you missed any of the program, go to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/That Other Side of Information. If you are interested in supporting this program, patreon.com/That Other Side of Information. Join Laura as our lone subscriber and get your free exclusive goodies and content. Come join us. Instagram, That Other Side of Information. Our Twitter, @ThatKennedyTalk. And That Other Side of Information on TikTok. If you follow me on TikTok, you will always be kept up with show announcements and know what we are planning. And I really need to start doing some short rants there. That is it for us for this week. Please go get vaccinated. Get vaccinated. I have been vaccinated. I did not grow horns. I did not grow an extra appendage. My sexual orientation has not changed. I am not microchipped. All of these silly conspiracy theories, they are not true. We've been vaccinating people in this country for centuries, probably a century. Yeah, probably about a century or more. And we're all still here. And the population continues to grow planet-wide. We're doing something right. It's science. Yep, I got the chills. My arm hurt. I got over it. And now I'm covered. I'm safe. And I feel it. And now I walk outside without a mask as much as I used to. Still sometimes, but not as much as I used to. Just the way the CDC said. You want to get rid of your mask? You sick of wearing a mask? Get vaccinated. You can. It's easy. It's free, for goodness sake. It's the one thing in the American healthcare system that's free, a COVID vaccination. So get it. Please, the way Ethan and I were able to talk to each other, you do the same. Talk to your friends and family. If you are going to talk about politics, do it the way we just did. Have conversations, not arguments. We can heal this country. That's it for us. Thanks so much for being here. I know it's a very long-winded goodbye, but you know, we got to cover everything and do all the business. Again, for DJ Earl and DJ Lex, I thank you at hot101.net. For Kristen, Lynn, George, April, I am Jeff Kennedy. We will see you next week. Please take care of yourselves and each other.